Jim Rankle, Joe Schmal, Lino Lakes, Minnesota in the 69 Fury, Fast and Furious car. And Jim Rankle in the 69 Derby at a late automotive side. Dialed 622, he's the quicker of the two. Schmal with 698. We'll be leaving first in the Mr. Gasket lane. Four Mopars get us started here. Rolling through the door car portion of round number one. These two is almost perfect off the starting line to get things going. But Jim Rankle, 0.23 off the marks, 3 off at 625, goes 108 mile per hour for an 11 thousandths MOV at the stripe. Joe Schmal, 704 at 94, missed the number. After he was 003 off the starting line. Mike Marchini, Mike Broomfield, the two Mikes and the 269 Camaros getting set to go. Marchini on the Mr. Gasket side, down 640, and Mike Broomfield with 663 dialing on the lane side. You know, all door cars should be in the staging lanes. All cars, all door cars, all the time, should be in the staging lanes, getting set to go here for round number one. All right, Marchini, one of our regulars here at the Motorplex. Bloomfield off the mark. Foul start, Mike Marchini. Turns on the first red valve of eliminations. Minus 36 on the red side. 005 green, Mike Bloomfield Jr. goes 660 at 104 mile per hour. Marchini 647 at 106, missing a little bit on both ends. All white Chevy Monza over there. Don't have the driver data for him. And Mark Dauberstein comes up on the lane side. 553 dial in for the 71 Dodge. Foul start for the Monza, and Dauberstein's going to get his first win slip of the weekend. 554.1. He's won over 126. One off as well. 581.0, 118. 22 thousandths red light ended his. Well, he'll have the opportunity to buy back. And speaking of which, Buybacks available in the office. Bottom of the tower pit side, first or second round. Buybacks available in the office. First or second round. Bottom of the tower pit side. Bruce Van Stanton comes up from Deep View, Wisconsin. Chevy S10 pickup. Mr. Gasket Lane. And West Main, the 82 Buick. West on the lane automotive side. That's the right lane for you listening. For those of you listening at home on our live feed. Mr. Gasket side will be the left side of the racetrack. Pickup truck and the Buick. Rolling through the door cars here. Round number one of our 10K Thursday main event. Good green lights appear here with 5 thousandths apart in their reaction times. 684, 697 dial-ins. The wind's going to go to West Main with a dead-on 3 run. 697 at 96 mile per hour. Takes an 18 thousandths finish line. 685 is one over the 6 at 100 mile an hour for the truck. There's Jim Simmons. Jim Simmons, Mount Vernon, Illinois, in the 63 vet. 560 dial in on the lane side. And Rick Cornell, this car 1 year ago, sat in the winner's circle there. In front of the Motorplex tire, his son Matt at the wheel. This is Rick's one shot only. Matt's taking over the chairs the rest of the weekend. Rick's off to a good start. Got 300 to the second extra. Play the 8th mile mark with. Oh, win light comes on. Jim Simmons. 560s, dead on 5. 125 the speed. Cornell was 015. He had 3 back here at the tree. Runs 576. He misses the dial-in by 3. 43 ten thousandths margin of victory going to Jim. And Ed Hall and Larry Morella will be our next pair. 623, 624. They're a foul apart. 100th apart here with Ed Hall getting the advantage off the starting line. Ed rolls her eyes in the air, makes a move towards that triangular piece of concrete behind the Christmas tree up. Gets her rail back in and gets a run right in a great race. 6 thousandths margin of victory. He's won over the 625, goes 108 mile per hour after an 015 light. Larry was right there, 017. He's won over with a 9, 624 on the 23 dial-in, goes 108 as well. And Bud McCarty and Hal Blevins come up next. McCarty, 617 dial in. The 67 Camaro from Hazelhurst, Georgia. Blevins leads first. McCarty comes up with a better late, but not that much. Win right on there for Bug, 618. 104 mile per hour. It's a 22 thousandths finish line there. Blevins runs 650 at 102. Chris Butcher, another Kentucky racer in that Chevy S10 truck, 682 dial in, Mr. Gasket Lane. And Kelly Smith alongside. One of our local racers, been in the winner's circle multiple times this year. 2017 Ford, 585 dial in, getting set to go. Right on here, Chris Butcher dead on 8 after a 014 late. 682, 97 mile per hour. Kelly Smith was 018 and breaks out. And Kenny Underwood, Mike Mitchie, next pair. Underwood flickered that bottom bob. He's inside now. Final start for Mikey as he goes red for 3 thousandths of a second. Underwood 608 dial and goes 607 at 112. Nietzsche 563, went over at 129 after a 3 thousandths red light. All right, again, buybacks available in the office. Bottom of the tower, pit side. First or second round. Or $10,000 Thursday main event. Jeremy McCaig, Missouri-based racer, that 04 Cavalier Roadster. And Eric Johnson. The 66 Chevy 2 over there into Mr. Gasket Lane. Really good pair of green lights here on McCaig actually with a little bit of advantage in reaction time. Johnson's going to get the win now. Dead on 4, 614, goes 111 with a Chevy 2. McCaig breaking out by 16 thousandths of a second with a 585 run on that 87 dial and goes 118. Taking too much stripe. Chad 6, Greg Collins up next. Chad that 27 Roadster, new car for him, 2012. He's already been in the final round here at local competition. He won our 5K cleanup race 1 year ago with his Mustang. 606 dial in and he's off to a great start here. Collins will be on the ropes a little bit. He missed the train, 6 with a 609 run, goes 110 for a 25 thousandths finish line. Collins went over at the better numbers on the 8th mile. But a 40 light's not going to get it done in that pair. 114 mile an hour. Gary May. Jeff Kearns next up. Main 83 Malibu Wagon. Mr. Gasket side's going to go with a 691. Jeff Kearns swept the weekend here. A week or two ago, a couple of weeks ago, here with a 67 Nova. For Kearns Motorsports, she won both days, Saturday and Sunday, during our regular bracket program. You recall doing that a couple of years ago. Is an excellent driver, a well-prepared race car for Dad Ron. Over on the lane side, down 626. Round to one, door cars so far only. Been calling the staging lanes. Way from the air launch, great start for both drivers. Check this out. Double 4 brake lights on, just one light on. Gary May, 691.5. That is a 6 thousandths package. 97 mile per hour. Just got down there first by just a smidge. She runs 624 though, breaks out by 15 thou. Off in speed, 108. She was going 110 earlier. Brian Falk, Joe Bowman, next pair. 2 Corvette Roadster, a regular Camaro Roadster. That's Falk. Joe Bowman with the 58 model vet. Lane side, 556. Falk the quicker dial, 511. Pretty good start for both drivers. Falk, 100th of a second advantage. Joe Bowman's going to get the win there for one of the locals. 557, 122. Takes a 3 thousandths finish line. Brian Falk, 2.5, 513, 130 mile per hour with the Camaro. All right, Andrew DiViesa. Chicago, Illinois, that 97 Camaro. The 67 model Camaro will be on the lane side. Will Crawford. Final call, final call, final call, final call. Door cars should be in the staging lanes. Door cars only should be in the staging lanes for round number 1. Crawford. DiPiazza next up. Our first tiny little staging battle of the day may be taking place. Now, Andy's moving in. If Crawford tried to stage any more careful, he'd be backing up. Off the mark they go. Red green lights of power. Andy, double 04. Not going to get it done. Well, Crawford in a double breakout. 630 is full foul under after a 24 green. 109 the speed, 545, breaking out by 5 thousandths. That's a foul difference in the breakout. Andrew farther under, he goes 119 mile per hour at the stripe. Here's Andy Schmall, Minnesota racer in the Mr. Gasket Lane with Vega. And Larry Ryan from Champlain, Illinois with the 72 Nova. 595 dial in, Larry the quicker of the two. Andy, 652, Mr. Gasket side. Was enough to get it done that time. Larry goes on to the next round with a Nova. 594.7, 160. 200 with a 0, 650 with a no at 104 mile per hour. So Larry moves on. Andy will be looking for the buyback window, which happens to be in the office bottom of the tower pit side, first or second round. You can entertain that option. Can't win it unless you're in it. $10,000 up for grabs today. Thomas Whitaker hopes to be there later on. The 89 Lopo, not good. Fred Schrader was 30 off the mark, 647 or 105 mile per hour for the win. Thomas, 540 with a 5, 128. And that's our first three striker of the day. Left last, got there second, broke out, not good. If you didn't race, you'd have to pay us to get out of the place. Next pair, Brandon Schmall and Terry Bowman, the early season points leader here with a 67 Chevy 2 from Birch Run. Dial 654, Brandon Schmall. He was our Division 5, or not really rather, he was out of division. He was our Division 5 Semi-ET Finals champion with that 70 Challenger from Leo Lakes, Minnesota. 632 dial in. We're glad to have him here racing with us this weekend, though. 654 for Terry leaving first. 9 foul apart, reaction time to win. It was the better right at the stripe. Terry's going to get the win. 656, 2 over, 105 mile per hour. That was a 6,000s finish line. Brandon Schmall, Division 5 champ. 2 off, 634, goes 104 after a 23 late. Good drag race. Jeff Bordas. Tim Hygis. That's a former Terry Bowman Beretta over there on the lane side. Down 549. Triple Nichols into the head. 5. Big Brock Chevy and Jeff Burris. One of our local racers here from Saginaw. Door Slammers Chelsea Fab. And that's that Malibu wagon in Mr. Gasket Lane. Rolls in the air, launch for Hodges, and he is starting 07. Off the starting line, one lane on Hodges, 551's 2 over at 124. Jeff Burris is right there, 019 off the mark, but breaks out by 27 thousandths of a second with a 632 run, goes 107 mile per hour in the wagon. Mark Talmadge, 75 Vega. Mark Stevenson, 94 Beretta on the lane side. 523 with a tube chassis car. The Vega's going to go with a 612 dial in. That's Mark in the Mr. Gasket Lane from New York. Mark, one right on, Mark Stevenson, 524 at 132 for the Beretta. Talmadge breaks out by 17 thou after taking 100th at the finish line, 610 and 111. Mike Stokes and Stephanie Bayer. Bayer over here in the 27 Road Strut of Ohio, dials 555. Stokes and Rick LaRock's Mustang, 690 dial in. Starting line, Steph's going to get the win. 554 is 2,500. Goes 125 mile per hour. Mike Stokes was 018. He actually had a better light by 6 thousandths of a second. We're 688 with an 8. 12,000, 98.81 mile per hour in that pair. Jim Hamilton was to have been our buy run. Or actually, is Bob? Yeah, we're double. It's Bob that's sitting on the buy run. They're double entering this car. Jim and Bob. This is Jim. Bob's sitting on the buy. Mr. Gaskett side, Fraser, Michigan. Just up the street from where I work, up Gratiot Avenue. Over on Detroit's east side, 72 Chevy. And John Winterboy, Taylor, Michigan. 81 Camaro on the lane side, off the mark they go. 584 for John, with a couple of whomps of the throttle before the stripe. Goes 112 mile per hour to take a 200th finish line in that pair. Hamilton 638, he was dead on 7. 37 right wasn't enough. And Jason Jensen comes up. Vicksburg, Michigan, a 65 Malibu on the lane side, dialed 610. Going to give up 2/10 of a second. The handicap here to Dennis Lund Jr. of Bettendorf, Iowa. 2001 Beretta. I'm not for certain of this, but I'm kind of wondering, as an NHRA aficionado, Dennis is any relation to former comp superstock racer Mike Lund out of Iowa. Not sure about that one, but we're going to go with it. Win light on, Jason Johnson, 610, he's dead on 4. Dennis actually had the better light with Beretta. He was double 05 in reaction time. Took a 25,000 stripe. Breaks out by a foul, 629.9 at 107 for the Beretta. Buybacks again. Buybacks available in the office. Bob the Tower pit side, first or second round. Here's Scotty Baddick and Jeff Burns. That cool little 63 Chevy 2 from Tennessee. Dialed 561 on the lane side. Baddick from Tecumseh, Michigan. One of 2 entries he's got here. Right on to Burns, 31 10,000ths margin of victory. Another great race as both drivers are one off. 562 for Burns on the 61 dial. Scotty goes 704 at 96. All right, it's Scott Hornline, Joe Hessling. We're up to the starting line, getting set to go. I'm going to put the car out right now to Boo. Run stickers. Boo. Speaking of which, got blue skies now. Life is good. Run stickers for the dragsters. We need you drivers up to 78, please. Blue run stickers for the biggers. Here's your drivers. Steel staging range for round number 1 of our 10K main event here on Thursday. Line 629 after the running light's going to get the run in this pair. Joe Hessling is 017 green. Missed the number by 3, goes 602. At 117, a 23,000th finish line win light going to Scott Hornline in the Duster. Jason Lynch, Bill Yorchuk. Continuing on here with the Door Cars and Roadsters, round number 1. Lynch, 501 dial-in. That is a fast roadster. And Yorchuk on the lane side. Lewis River, Ontario, Canada. 536 dial-in for the Beretta. For lunch though, 502 is one off with a Ford, 134 mile per hour. That was a 12,000ths finish line. Your truck 539 on the 36 dial in at 129. Al Hodder, Bay City, Michigan, 88 Camaro, one of my Facebook buds. Tri-City Fire Protection, Bay City, Michigan fireman, down 660. 660 in the Mr. Gasket lane. That's Mike 2 in Sullivan, Ohio. They were almost heads up. As the last of stage turns right, fast start out, led by 7 thousandths of a second. 439 for Tom's going to be enough in this pair. 661, one off at 104 mile per hour. Al is one off as well, goes 663 at 105 for the Camaro. Dave Ziegler, Tom Reese in the water box. Again, blue dragsters have been called to the staging lanes. Blue dragsters have been called to the staging lanes for round number 1. My Bud Jarrett's just joined me up here in the tower. The Snickers bar, and I've got a Pepsi about half the size of what he is. Going to be in a high revving sugar buzz here in just a little bit. Sigler and Reese on the starting line now for round number 1. Dave's down 734 will be in the Mr. Gasket lane. Lawrenceburg, Indiana. And the Ohio racer, Tom Reese, will be alongside. In that pretty 81 Camaro. 549 dial in for Reese. Giving up the handicap. 366 Chevelle. On the deck, 549. Tom Reese is dead on. Goes 1, 2, 3 the mile an hour. 43 thousandths margin of victory there. 738 Ziegler is 4 over. At 93 mile an hour for the gold Chevelle. Jeff Melnick, Hubbard, Ohio, that 02 Dodge Avenger. 530 dial in. As we continue on with door calls here, round number 1. Dale Pollock will be alongside. Dale, one of our local racers. He was a winner here opening day weekend back at the end of April. Put that car in the winner's circle at Astro Performance Center. 80 Chevrolet. The end of lane side now at 604 in this pair. Line, Melnick's going to get it done. He had a better light by 16 thou. It was 22. Green off the mark. Runs 533. 3 over at 130 for a 100th of a second margin of victory there. Pollock's 2 over. Goes 606 at 113. Young dragsters. We needed diggers with blue run stickers up to 7 and 8. Round number 1. Dragsters, blue run stickers. Bring them up. 7 and 8. Mark Marcette. 93 Dodge Daytona. Normally campaigned the Dodge Stealth or Plymouth Stealth, and a couple of weeks ago rolled the car out of the box, filled her up, didn't have any oil pressure. You got the Daytona out, and he has been racking up some wind lights with that. Been around since we've seen this car, probably since about 2003 or 4 maybe. Not going to happen though. The comp, 2 over, 650, 109 gets the win with a 32 right. Mike Marcette at 24 thousandths advantage in reaction time. Took too much stripe. 562.8 breaks out at 122. John Nagy, Ben Robbins, next pair. Nagy, the Elyria, Ohio racer. Jared, isn't there some racer from Elyria? It seems to ring a bell. I'm not sure either. 668 dial in on the lane side, 78 Camaro. And Big Ben from Howard City and 73 Vega down 629, Mr. Gasket's side. Then right on Nagy. And the crowd in Elyria, Ohio, listening online goes wild. 669, 012 right, 100, well, it's 99 miles an hour, it's almost 100. 629, 9 dead on. Ben Robbins missed the truth big time. 97 light, not going to get it done. Jared, if you can find out who that other racer from Ohio, Elyria, Ohio is, I'll buy you another candy bar. Jeff Westingheiser the second. He's going looking for the tech cards. 583 dial in. Well, he's already got another candy bar. I'll buy another pop. How about that one? Might need that later on. Jeff Westingheiser, 20 Eccles. And Jeff in trouble. From the 76 Plymouth, 718 gets the right here. 3 over at 91 mile per hour. Jeff Westingheiser, 585 was 2 over. Had the better numbers down there. Lost it back here. 93 right, second run in a row from the Mr. Gasket side. Don't read anything into it. Just two guys in a row missed the tree. 585, 120. And Donovan CC, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He's over to Mr. Gasket lane with a 509 dial into that fast Pontiac Firebird. Sean Parker and the Demon. 555. Canadian with a better right, he goes 1 over a 510 at 138. And the French Canadians go wild. He moves on to round number 2. Parker 553.8 breaks out by 12. Thou 125 mile per hour, that new ride. And again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side, first or second round. Jerry, the killer. Those of you at least my age that are into music, you'll know what I'm talking about. Waiting patiently in the water box. That big block Chevrolet power dragster will take on Steve Schneider. Schneider and Reed burning out across the starting line. First power dragsters here in round number 1. A competition for the $10,000 main event here on Thursday. Great balls of fire on to round number 2. Double O1 reaction time for Lee. And a 487 runs 2 over, 139 the speed. 485 Steve Schneider's 2 off also. Jerry Lee almost perfect off the starting line. Is going to get the win ticket punched in the second round. Tire ankle. Mr. Gasket side. Canton, Ohio. And another one of our regulars here, Richard Kirchen. He and Amy racing this weekend. 2010 track champion here on the Lane Automotive side at the Motorplex. 483 dial and gets set to go here for round number 1. Rolling into our dragsters and Coach will rank on this pair. Richard's in, Ty last to Sage. He flickers the bottom bar, the tree fires. The tire anchor 507.3. 7 thousandths under the 508 dial end. Richard Kirch at 482. 100 139. I can't take Alan's phone call right now. 400 runs apiece there as both drivers are 2 over. 481.7, 481.2, 142 mile an hour Mike Normal. The King, 481 at 139. That was a 14 10,000ths margin of victory in that pair. Ryan Horton, Bob Payton next up. Horton on the Mr. Gasket side from the famous Horton family of Wallbridge, Ohio. American Race Cars. Chassis fabricators, Brian. Into Mr. Gasket, over 486 dial in, Bob Payton. A nickel quicker, 481. Lane Automotive side to Israel. The round number 1 of the dragsters here. Thursday's $10,000 event. Brian's in. Here comes Bob. They're ready. Ball starts for Brian. In the interest of fair reporting, Peyton was 8 foul under his green light. Runs 480 with a 7. He was under down there as well. 143 mile per hour. Brian Horton 490. 4 off the 486 dial at 135 mile an hour. Troy Williams Jr. burning out over here on the lane side. Braden Florida racer. Jared, find car number 2295 in the tech card pile for me, will you please? Dad missed that one. 2295. He found the other Ohio racer. Gave him a point for Ray Conley. I understand he's got a kid that used to race pro stock. Big time. 10th and a half off of the perfect light. Not going to get it done here at 489. Troy's 12 over. That's safe. Takes a 23,000 stripe with room to spare. 131 mile per hour. 475 runs dead on one, but had a 150 bulb. That's why we have buybacks available in the office. Bottom of the tire, pit side, first or second round. Buybacks. $10,000. Can't win it unless you're in it. And Dave Foster hopes to be in it after this pair. Mr. Gaskett side. He and Herman and Kelly Smith teamed up here this weekend. 474 dial in over here on the lane side. Nick Falk, who bones his car. Huntsville engines taking fast. 529's one over. Then 130 mile per hour Falk. 473 breaking out by 6,000ths of a second. Missed the tree with a 45 light. Matt Schaefer and Andy Schmall up next. All right, Andy Schmall and Mr. Gaskell Lane, Minnesota runner. And Matt Schaefer fighting Illini. 510 dial in on the lane side for that all red car. Over there to Mr. Gaskett's side for Andy, 495, 137. It's a 14,000ths win light for him. Schaefer 1 over 511, goes 133. Steve Smith. It's like I stuck a CH in there. Steve Smith, Clinton Township, Michigan. Trying to ignore the fact that we're live right now. And Justin Mosier. Famous Mosier family, known for their drive lines and rear end axles and rear end housings. Apparently problems for Justin. Did the burnout across the starting line, and he's broke. Stopped up there about a couple hundred feet down the racetrack after doing the burnout, and I've got to assume we got a trans brake problem. Right through it in reverse. Went to hit the button. Now, again, on a Pro Tree brake, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure most of you do, but I'll tell you anyway. You got to engage reverse or hit the trans brake button in order for reverse to apply because of the way the trans brake functions. In this case, Justin, one of the fast dragsters here, I believe actually the fastest normally aspirated dragster. Dial 451 for that run is not going to make the call back to the staging line, back to the starting line. He's going to roll on through the 8th mile. Make the swing past the quarter mile mark, and Steve Smith's going to get the play of home single here. 504 dial in, he was 007 off the mark. Runs 506 at 136 mile per hour. He had the win in hand once he rolled in and was full stage and took the tree. Mike Bonebright. and Chad Branham. One point to Mr. Gasket Lane, 492 dial-in. Actually overstaged there. Chad Branham had not rolled in yet and put on his pre-stage ball. He does now. That gave Bonebright an opportunity to actually throw the car in reverse and get himself repositioned because he was in deep. Not good. Another good thing about deep in the cross can't put enough delay in for that. 490, 11.5 under. Breaking out Bonebright. Chad Branham's going to get the win. He's under as well with a 481.8, 2 thou under, but he had better light with an 011 to an 017. 141 mile per hour, and Chad moves on. And Bill Fordyce. Brand new race car for the Maryland racer. And his mentor, John Parks, out there trying to get him repositioned back on the starting line. And Jeff Strickland alongside. Red Bay, Alabama, that's a Mullis chassis. $46 for Jeff. Fordyce with a 461. Mr. Gasket Lane, one of our rookie drivers here. Need to have the big yellow stripe across the back of the Vitus front wing there. Fordyce is 2 over, 148 mile per hour. The rookie driver is going to get a win ticket here, round number 1. Takes an 11 thousandths MOV. Takes out Jeff Strickland, a very accomplished bracket racer. 490, 4 over. After an 013 light, maybe let his guard down a little bit there. And Fordyce tattooed it. Roy Blair, Lucas Fisher next up. Well, to Mr. Gasket Lane with 491 dial in. Lucas. Dials 533 from the lane side. Was able to acquire an MSD 6AR backs from the quick server guys off the road. About 13,000 to a second. The win light's going to come out for Blair. 494, 141. Lucas Fisher got down there with a 532. Breaks out by 7 thou, goes 128. And Gary Flainer, Jason Rich coming up next. Again, we need, again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. Flainer to Mr. Gasket Lane, Port Clinton, Ohio, the 478 dial in, 200ths of a second quicker than Jason Rich's 480. 010 to 020, wind light on Flainer, 479's one off, goes 143 mile per hour for a 13 thousandths MOV. Rich was one off, 481.4, and he goes 138 mile per hour at the stripe. Tony Leonard and Mia Tedesco. All right, attention to pit areas. Tony and Mia back up in their long burnouts. We need red run stickers, dragsters. Red run stickers for the dragsters. We need you drivers to the staging lanes. Round number 1 continuing on here. $10,000 Thursday main event. Red run stickers for the diggers. Need your drivers to the staging lanes for round number 1. All right, Mia over here on the lane side. Murraysville, Pennsylvania. And Tony Leonard, Mr. Gasket Lane. 483 dial in for Leonard. Mia's going to go with a 482. She's the quicker of the two. She'll be leaving last if everything goes according to plan. On the 83 dial in, Tony Leonard getting the win there. Mia at 480, under by 11 thousandths of a second, 141. And Jeremy McCormick, Gary Williams. $4.99 dial in Mr. Gasket's side, backing her off. Well, actually, he's in a different car now. They actually look down there. He's in the red car this time, not the blown car. $4.99 dial in Mr. Gasket lane. And Gary Williams with $5.12 dial in. Second. Double break up for the tower on the pit side. Sunoco Racing gasoline and methanol available for your fuel needs throughout the weekend. We also have commemorative t-shirts for this 19th annual running. The Huntsville Engine Performance $50,000 World Super Pro Challenge presented by Sunoco Race Fuels. Go check that out. Also down there, NHRA souvenirs as well as a whole assortment of Mid Michigan Motorplex goodies. Right next door to our concession stand, open with a full assortment of food, Pepsi products, water, Gatorade, 4 flavors of ice cream, and ice. Get the girls on level. West Miami in the round box with Al Wagon. That's the Mr. Gasket side. He's going to dial 689. And Steve McCurry. McCurry, our winner here. A couple of years ago, 2010, he was the champion of the main event of the weekend, the 50K on Saturday. Taylorsville, Georgia. He'll be on the lane side to take on May here in round number 1. Steve's going to go with a 531 dial in. Get set to go. May 690, 96 mile per hour for a 008 light. Takes a 19/10,000ths margin of victory there. McCrory. It was 005. He runs 2 off with a 0 at 533 and 126. Here's Andy Walcott. Chuck Mink, next pair. Walcott's in the Mr. Gasket lane with a 530 dial in. Just about 1 full bar difference in their dials here. Mink's going to go with 482 on the lane side. Green, 482 is dead on, 144. That's a 100th of a second package even. 530 dead on 9, Andy Walcott after a 004 foul. All right, Mike Bloomfield Jr. in the Mr. Gasket lane, and Howard Schulter. You heard me announce a little bit earlier, Howard's company, Ellis Manufacturing, giving away some machine tool equipment for the first driver to run a perfect pass here during eliminations over the course of the weekend. Howard's on the lane side. He's going to go with a 479. He'll be leaving first. Bloomfield, 460 now in over there to Mr. Gasket lane. 49 for Howard, goes 143 mile per hour after a 009 light. Bloomfield, 464 and 134. Chris Butcher, Ken Zor. Butcher on the 497 dial in, Mr. Gasket's side. And Zor out of Missouri on the lane side with the fast, normally aspirated cars here. Big spread port-headed Pro-Stock style power plant there. Cast single plant, 4-valve spider type manifold. Goes over 456 dial in. 497 is dead on. 132 mile per hour for a 13,000ths margin victory for Butcher. Ken Zaro dead on as well. 456.9, 148. He was 015. 004 was Butcher, and that was just a case of having the wrong guy at the wrong time. Put together a pretty good run and just got taken out. It happens. It happens. John Antononi, Jackson, Wisconsin. 2012 M&M race cars chassis with that black dragster over there to Mr. Gasket Lane. He's going to go with a 484. Joshua Morgan. That's a Race Tech car. Fairmont, Ohio. 477 from the lane side. Done for Joshua Morgan. 477's dead on 3. Puts together an 8,000s package there. Too much for Greg Antononi. He's dead on 0. Had a 018 light. Not going to get it done in that one. That was an even 100th of a second MOV going to Josh. And Mike Bloomfield and Bill Riddle come up next. 467 dial in for Bloomfield. It's into Mr. Gasket lane. And Bill Riddle from Fowlerville, Michigan. One of a half a dozen of our Fowlerville citizens on hand with us this weekend. At the stripe, Riddle's going to get the win. 44 makes him dead on 7, 143 mile per hour there. Mike Bloomfield breaks out by 8 thou, 466.2 at 145. Check this pair out on the starting line. Maybe a little money exchanging hands here early? Well, maybe not. Johnny Ramos Jr., Roy Conley. Ramos Jr., 485 dial in, Mr. Gasket lane. Ray Conley on the lane side, 461 dial in. In that famous little city in the Buckeye State, Aurora. George making plans to go check that out someday. Ray will be on the lane side, LeBourse Jr. into Mr. Gasket lane. Gets the win. 46 is one over with a 7. 136 mile per hour. That's a 28 thousandths margin of victory there. Ray Conley 2 off, 463. On the 61 dial-in, goes 145 mile per hour after a 29 green. Bruce Call and Ryan McCann. Minnesota, Wisconsin. Call for the land of 10,000 lakes. He dials 483. And Ray Cheesehead racers Ryan McCann. Wisconsin native goes dead on 0. That is a 4,000s package. Putting together some tight runs here pretty early. 5:05, 136, 27 10,000s margin of victory. He needed it. Call 6,000s package over there to Mr. Gasket lane. He was 005. Runs 483.1 on the 483 dial at 141 the speed. Best race of the day so far, right there. Dave Brown, Kirby at McLennan. 471 dial in on the lane side. Brown's going to go with a 505. Dalton, Michigan racer. Mr. Gasket lane. Red Dragster's been called to the state. Oh, back in Iowa Beams, big time. Sometimes no style catch back there. As soon as he put it on the deck when the tree was about to fire, that baby took a shot, and I do mean a shot, out of the staging beams. He gets the LB3A. 473 came on the Crawford, 13,000, so he had a 013 light. Oh, wow, David Brown. That'll get your heart pumping. There's a couple of 8th mile tracks down south where that would have been ugly in the water box. Swain Motorsports comes up on my screen here. Who's sharing driving duties with Billy? I'm going to need like Agent 660 to go down there and scope that out. Let's just go to the fact that Billy's at the wheel. Bill Swain, Allen, Michigan, our points leader for Super Pro during our regular backup program. 487 dial-in, Bob Clark, Lane Automotive side, Clinton Township, Michigan. 507 dial-in, 2/10 apart. One load out for Swain. 487.0 is dead on. And that's one of the few times this weekend that somebody's probably going to come up with a 40 light and get away with it. That's a 17,000th finish line. 487 or 141. And a 511 for Clark. Missed it on the 07 dial-in. 132 miles per hour. And Jason Folk and another one of the regulars, Bob Drews. was in the money last year in our over 50 gamblers race. Sorry, Bob, it is fact, though. 494 dial on Mr. Gasket's side for Joe's. Jason Folk over on the lane side. Braden and Ford, a 491 dial in. Only 300ths apart in their dial ins. Gets it done. 137 mile per hour for Bob. And Jason Folk, 498. Breaking out on the 91 dial, and he goes 137 at the stripe. Tom Dauber, Mark Hancock. For Tom Dauber, he's 509 on the 05 dial-in, and Mark Hancock runs one off with 676. He had 076 late. Missed the train. Dauber's going to get the win. Doug Katina and Todd Bannock up next. Bannock's over on the lane side with a 492 dial-in, and Doug Katina is going to dial 496. 400ths of a second apart. 06 He's going to get the win light. He's one over at 493. 138 mile per hour. Doug Katina goes 494. Breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second. Runs 135 mile an hour. Caitlin Smith. Mark Doberstein. Next pair. 5050 dial-in. 5050-505. Mark Doberstein's dial-in on the lane side with the Parker car. Caitlin Smith, your dad Steve, 498. Perfect. Caitlin's 006, and she's going to get the win. 499, one over with a 3, 130 mile per hour for a 17 thousandths finish line. 508 for Mark Doberstein's 2 off after having a perfect late. Next up, good matchup here. Troy Coughlin Jr., part of that Jags camp, and Jeff Redford, track champion from last year, multi-time, many-time event winner. One of 2 entries here. He's running his brother Mike's car in this pair. Lane Automotive side, 5 flat. Troy Jr., 488. Jeff Radford, 501, 134 is going to get the win against Troy Jr. Breaking out with a 487.5, 142. So JL moves on. And Troy Jr. will be looking for the buyback window, which, to help him out, is in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. Rob Lutzke, Lane Dickin, 492 dial-in from the Long Grove, Iowa racer. Past champion here of the 50K main event. That's Lane, and he's on the Lane side. And Rob Lutzke, one of our regulars here at the Motorplex, always in the hunt. Turns it around this time now. 491, 141 mile per hour for Dick, and he's 3 thou under his dial. With a 17 late, Rob Lutzke handed it over to him at the start. That red light. 127. On his losing effort there. Jim Hamilton, Jeff Burns, next pair. All right, Hamilton with a 502 dial in, Mr. Gasket side. Jeff Burns with a brown car. The supercharged car is going to get the win and run a foul under his dial in with a 448.9. He had a 002 reaction time. 155 mile per hour for the supercharged ride. Hamilton, after a 100th of a second red light, runs dead on with a 502.0 at 136. Jesse Leonard, another Minnesota race over to Mr. Gasket Lane, 485 dial in. And Canadian Bob Jennings over here on the lane side is going to go with a 489. Mile per hour for Leonard. Bob Jennings 490 at 139. Matt Steiner, one of our regulars here at the Motorplex, and Wendell Barger Jr. from Kentucky. Barger, 0.08 margin of victory there. 131 mile per hour. Matt was one off, goes 501 and 137. They were 016 and 017 off the starting line. The Taylor Involvement team in the Mr. Gasket Lane out of Riverside, Ohio. One of two entries for them. Brian Folk over here on the lane side. 480 dial in and a 491. And Folk's going to get it done. 481's one off, goes 142 after a 004 finish line and a 492 at 139. After an 014 light there for Steve Taylor. Eric Anderson, Mr. Gasket Lane, 499 dial in, the Wisconsin runner. And Mid Michigan Motorplex legend Steve Mikas. Over here in the Rally Dragster on the lane side, 523 dial in for the Ashland, Michigan racer. Taking a weekend off from the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Revisiting his race. Final start for Stanton this race, 13,000 on the right side. Anderson 003 under his green light, but it has the win anyway. 496 on the 99 dial in. That was a right opponent at the right time kind of a gig. 139 mile per hour. Steve. A little under back here, a little under down there. 521-2 on the 23 dial in, 131 after a 13 thousandths foul. Ryan Pinkelman, lane side. 505 dial in. And Jenny Lynn. Young Miss Zednick over there in the Mr. Gasket Lane, her dad Mike's rail. 495 dial in, a 10th of a second handicap going to Pinkelman's 505. He's dead on 8. 505 at 134. 15 thousandths margin of victory as Jenny's two off with a 497 run, goes 135. And Justin Fordyce, Ron LeKeys will be up next. Fordyce. Here we saw Bill earlier. This is son Justin. John Parks helping them get tuned up. The Annapolis, Maryland team, father and son. 462 dial in. Taking out a tough customer here in the Mid Michigan area. Ron LeKeys finished number 2 last year in our Lane Automotive Mr. Gasket Points Series. 530 dial in for Ron. He'll be racing from the lane side of the all-blue car. Justin against a veteran like McKee's. Ronzo 11, 5:34, easily took the finish line there. Justin was 2 off, 4:64 all at 1:49. But he had a reaction time of 3:26. Not good. And Randy Folk and Jason McKeag come up next. McKeag, 484 dial in, lane side. Randy Folk, 486 in the Mr. Gasket lane. Lane side's going to get the win here. 3 over at 487, 136 for Jason after a 15 green. Randy Folk missed the tree with a 47 light, runs 489, 3 over at 138. Mike Simons, Jeff Hura, next. From Ohio on the lane side of the 484 dial in. Mike Simons, green dragster from Nashville, Michigan. Racing the Mr. Gasket lane. That's redundant. 496. Will be his dial in. He'll get the lead first by 12 thousandths of a second. Makes a mistake at the finish line, and he doesn't. He's going to get the win, 488, 133 mile per hour, rolls out of the throttle at the 8th mile mark. 3 thousandths finish line. There's 014 off the starting line. Mike had a light in the 60s. Runs 1 over at 497 at 138. Two drivers that have been finalists here to a regular program during the 2012 season. On the starting line now, Bob Koski. Transplanted Michigander, now living down at Red Oak, Texas. Mr. Gasket lane, Ken Langlois, Milan, Michigan transmission shop owner on the lane side, 506, 507. Kenny gets the lead first. One lane on for Kenny as Bob Koski apparently back down the beams. I was looking at the monitor here to get the driver data, and all of a sudden the win light just kind of flashed up on my screen here. Ken Langlois is apparently going to be the winners, and so Bob Koski. We'll set the trans brake and then back out of the staging games. We got timed out? 10 seconds. A reminder again, Power Bob was timed out. Once 3 bombs are lit, auto start is on. Charlie Hama, owner of Digital Delay, giving away one of those Elite 500 delay boxes that we talked about earlier. Here later on, once we get a little deeper into eliminations. Iowa race will be in the Mr. Gasket lane with a 483 dial in, and Doug Voucher, Temperance, Michigan, 496 dial in on the lane side. Package, Doug Foucher. Charlie Hammer was 031, needing to tap down a little bit. 485 on the 83 dial in, 138 mile per hour there for Charlie. Foucher, 3 thousandths package, 496, dead on, 000 in reaction time. Come get you some of that here early in the eliminations. John Rankle, Jason Rich, next up. 508 dial in, Mr. Gasket lane. And the lane side, Jason Rich from Cookville, Tennessee, down 474. Jason Rich with a win here after a 005 light. He comes up with a 477, runs 3 over to 138. That'll play. Had a better light. Rankle had the closer numbers in ET, but missed the Christmas tree. All right, Greg Fezak, 496 dial in Mr. Gaskin lane. And Brian Lampton on the lane side, down 5 seconds flat. The Cairo, Ohio racer in the Diamond Race Cars chassis. In fact, these are both Diamond machines on the starting line. Better light went to Lampton. He runs 5 seconds flat. That's dead on one. 17 thousandths package there and a 12 thousandths MOV. Greg Fezak, 496, was dead on 9. Goes 138 after a 20 light. Greg Samuel. Deal in Florida, 478 dial in. And he'll be racing from the Mr. Gasket side. AJ Kasanka, Ohio racer over here on the lane side, is going to go with a 485. All right, Samuel on the pre-stage beams, waiting patiently. AJ Kasanka sitting there thinking about it a bit. He rolls in, puts on his top pair of bulbs. Samuel answers by going in full stage. Now Kasanka's ready. Goes red by 9 thousandths of a second. And then they add insult the injury, goes 485. Then 141, or add injury to insult, depending on how you want to look at it. Greg Samuel, 023 green. Got the win there. He's 400 at 474, 148. Tim Horn, Scott Hornline next up. Hornline, Mr. Gasket side, 481 dial in for he and his dad Bob out of Saginaw, Michigan. And one of the Motion Engineering cars, Taylor Irwin on the lane side, Portland, Indiana, down 490. Foul. Hornline 035 green comes up with a 492. 139 to move on to the next round. Irwin 493. 3 over after a 14 thousandths red light. Goes 134 mile an hour at the stripe. Buddy Farrell and Todd Rise. Farrell's Transmission Shop, Brighton, Tennessee, 492 dial in, and Tad Rise, 511 dial on the lane side for the Ohio runner. All right, attention to the pits. We need silver run stickers for the rails. Silver run stickers for all you dragsters out there. Need your drivers to the staging lanes for round number 1. $10,000 Thursday main event. 493 win for Farrell, 008 light. At 137 mile per hour. Tad missed the tree with a 50 bulb. And he's another 3 striker. Buddy Farrell on to the next round. Buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. Buybacks, office, tower, pit side. First or second round. $10,000 up for grabs here. In our Thursday main event, we got a whole bunch of gamblers races going on later on. And Jacob Elrod, David Davis next up. 463 dial in for Jacob. And David Davis with a 504 over here on the lane side. David Davis and Jacob Elrod. 005 green, runs 465, 2 over for the win. 147 mile per hour. Jerry Class and, of course, Wallen come up in the next pair. Jerry Class, 5:27 dial in. Wallon's going to go to the 24. Wallon's got the ball up in the finish line, double breakout win. Chris Wallon, 5:23 with a 2. He's under by 8 thousandths in that pair. 132 mile an hour. Jerry Class, 5:25. He's under by 19 thousandths of a second. Runs 126 after an 0:23 reaction time. Gary Flater, Randy Shore Jr., Mr. Gasket side, a Toledo, Ohio racer. 481 dial in. Gary Flater, 492 on the lane side. 2 Ohio racers getting set to go. Both drivers pre-stage, and neither one seems all that interested in moving in. Finally, Fleeter lights a stage bomb, and here comes Randy. Testing the patience of our auto start. 10 seconds to get in, he's set. Reaction time, Randy's got the win for finish line, 482 on the 81 dial at 136 mile per hour. He was 0.23 off the mark. Flater was a little better at 0.11. Takes a straight by almost 4 hundredths of a second. Runs 491. Breaking out. Chris Bear, Jeff Strickland. They'll be our next pair. Chris in the Mr. Gasket lane with a 490 dial in. And Jeff Strickland, 474 on the lane side. Again, both drivers staging very carefully. Bear's the last in. He's set. Win right on Will Strickland, 473. On the 74 dial, and that's 7th thou under 139 for the win. Chris Bear, 487. 129 thousandths, goes 134 at the stripe. Jason Lynch, Troy Williams Jr., next pair. Lynch for the 485 dial, Mr. Gasket lane, 0.3 of a second handicap going to Troy on the lane side. Win right on here for Troy, 513, 11th thou under, double breakout win, 127 to speed. And Jason Lynch, 483.4, 16th thou under, goes 130 at the stripe. They're 014, 017 in reaction time. Johnny LaBosse Jr. back up on the starting line, Mr. Gasket lane. Away, Alice Tennessee racer. 48 dial in, and Ron Zar. We're a fast, normally aspirated cars here. The 460 dial in for the Michigan racer on the lane side. Fast start for Ron Czar, goes right by 600ths of a second. The boost, 008 green, 487 on the 88 dial in and 140. Zeller, 463 and 148. Gary Williams, Chad Baddock. Seven 009 Williams in the win, 467, 142 mile per hour. And a 494 for Chad Baddock, 139. Pretty good job, Williams. Better breakouts its pair. Here's Don Kusenka, Mr. Gasket Lane. 483 dial in this time, and Gianni Pizzo, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, 494 dial in lane side, the Amundo's Pizza Car. Kusenka with a 484 runs one over, 135. That's a 45 10,000ths margin of victory and another good race. Gianni goes 495, one over. Then 139, Caitlin Smith back up again. And the blown car of Disco D. Carnes from Ohio down 459. On the lane side, Caitlin with a 504. She was late. Carnes on turn, one over, 460 for the win, 152 mile per hour. Caitlin breaking out after missing a tree with a 79 light, 501 on the 04 dial and 134. Danny Nelson, Stephen McCrory. McCrory, 2010 50K champ up on the lane side. And Danny Nelson, 451 dial in, Batesville, Arkansas. For a double 08 light, Danny Nelson, 451.5, 149. Steve McCrory was 000 in reaction time. And for the second time in this round, gets tattooed, 509, he's two over. And Steve Smith and Ricky Atkins go at it here. Two Detroit, Michigan area natives. Ricky from Marlin, Michigan. And Steve Taylor, Clinton Township. One light here going to Steve Smith, 5 flats, 1 over. That's a 27 thousandths margin of victory with an 18 light. Ricky was 30 on the tree, goes 530 with a 127. Steve Smith with a little bit of advantage in reaction time, helped him get the job done to stripe. Todd Brown and Mia Tedesco back up on the starting line, Marysville, Pennsylvania. She'll be on the lane side again, and Todd Brown from Kentucky into Mr. Gasket lane, 490. And 491, Mia getting the lead first. Linda Rose isn't going to get the win night. Miller is 0-13. She goes 492, one off at 139. 489.5 breaking out Todd Brown after taking a 300th of a second finish line after a double 0-1 reaction time. You got to do it at both ends. Eric Anderson. Chris Cruncher. Country from Wisconsin, 505 dial in on the lane side. In fact, both these drivers from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. They're going to stay around and do this. That 22, one's going to go to Chris. 505, 136 mile per hour, that's dead on 7. Eric, 495, breaking out by 8 thousandths at 135 mile per hour. All right, next pair. Gabby Baldridge, Rockville, Illinois, Mullis Chassis Dragster on the lane side of the 511 dial in 2012 Mid Michigan Motorplex King of the Track. Over on to Mr. Gasket Lane, that's Kirk Cheney from Hastings, Michigan, 497 dial in. Start for Gabby, 13 green, 496, 139 mile per hour. 509 for Gabby, under by 11 thousandths, 134 mile per hour. Dwayne Blair, Mark Kelly. Blair to Mr. Gasket Lane, 499 dial in. And Mark Kelly, New Jersey runner. 485 dial in the lane side. 199, dead on 9, Dwayne Blair, 131 mile per hour after a double 4 light. Mark Kelly with 014, he breaks out by 3,000, the 484 run goes 143. Again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. Buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. Sunoco Race Fuel Station is open with Sunoco Racing gasoline and methanol, as well as Mid Michigan Motorplex souvenirs and NHRA souvenirs and commemorative t-shirts for this 19th annual Huntsville Engineer Performance World Super Pro Challenge. Go down and check those items out. Dave Lanning, he's not thinking about that right now. He's on the starting line trying to win $10,000. He's on the lane side down 528. And Don Hansen, the Floridian, in Mr. Gasket Lane down 493. Final start for Hansen. Landing 29 green, runs 528. Dead on 336 mile per hour. 494, Don Hansen, one off, goes 138 after a minus thousandths of a second red light. Rod Schaefer, Nick Folk, next pair. Right, Schaefer into Mr. Gasket Lane, 491, Folk, 900ths of a second quicker at 482 on the lane side. Final start, Nick Folk, 3,000ths of a second run. 478 threes, under by 400ths of a second as well, 145 mile an hour. Schaefer dead on 2, 491, and 139 after a 33 light. Ty Rankle and Mike Zednick will be up next. Rankle into Mr. Gasket Lane, Canton, Ohio. 508 dial-in, and Mike hopefully got his transmission issues solved. Be on the lane side, 47 dial-in for the Charleroi, Michigan auto parts store proprietor. Couldn't get the car backed up in the previous run. Hopefully resolved the transmission issue. Start from Mike, misses it by 1, stinking thousandths of a second. Ty Rankle, 539, goes 509s, one off at 134. Mike shuts her down after the red light. And Bill Riddle and Wendell Barger Sr. come up next. That's a 5,000s package. Way to go, Bill. 131 mile per hour. Takes a 27,000s finish line. Barger's one off with a 5:03. He goes 132 after a 13 light. Pretty good race. Another Michigan racer coming up here on the Mr. Gasket side. Mr. Gasket side. That's Troy Fields from Onstead. Down there around the Belleville area, the Fox Auto Parts car. The red dragster to Mr. Gasket Lane. Travis Colangelo. Just outside of Toledo. American Race Cars chassis builder. Lane side, 466 dial, and Fields, 498. By 21 power. Colangelo 004. Colangelo 465.3. 149 the speed, 498. Troy's dead on after turning it red by a couple of hundreds. All right, we need the golf carts and the pit vehicles out of lanes 5 and 6. Golf carts and pit vehicles out of lanes 5 and 6. Get them moved over to the side, out of the staging lanes. Golf carts, pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. Now, just like asking the kids to pick up their toys. Golf carts and pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. And we need anyone that has not run first round with whatever entries you may hold. Anyone that has not ran first round to lanes 5 and 6. Senior from Freedom, Pennsylvania. Racecraft chassis, $499 dial in on the lane side. And Josh Clare from South Beloit, Illinois. 1/10 and 1/100 of a second different in their dial ins. Press will get the opportunity to lead first. 488 dial in on the Mr. Gasket side. Is a 6,000s package for Bill. That'll get her done. Josh, after a 15,000s foul, goes 3 off, 491 and 140. J.P. Schuster and J.L. Jeff Redford over here on the lane side, back at the wheel of his car. Saw him get the win earlier with a perfect light with his brother Mike's orange dragster. Back on the lane side here again. Schuster to Mr. Gasket Lane from Damascus, Ohio. 5:10 dial in, 0.2 of a second apart in the handicap. Here we go. Missed his green light. And darn near gave it back. Minus 175. Now, if he would have left anything more than 0.2, he had actually left before Schuster. Now, 0.2 and 8,000 is the amount that JP was under. Drag racing's all about math. In the interest of fair reporting, both drivers run under the number at the top end. JL's got the win, 489.5 under the 490 dial in, 141 the speed. Schuster with a 508 on a 10 dial in. Out by 11 thousandths of a second. BS is 010 green, and the orange car is undefeated here in the first round. 499 on the 98 dial on BS. Gets a win ticket. And Amy Kirchen hopes to do the same. She's got Chris Sullivan over in the Mr. Gasket lane. Amy, another one of our Mid Michigan regulars, here and her husband Richard. He was a track champion a couple of years ago. Super Pro competition. Side dial 503. And Chris Sullivan from Illinois, 483, again 0.2 of a second, different than their handicap. Another one of our regulars here at the Motorplex follows out by a thou. 001 red, Sullivan 014 rather green. He's 17 foul under, 481 on the 83 dial in, goes 143. Amy 2 over, 505, 136. John Baster, Savage, Minnesota. Kevin Hack, Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 41-45 the dial ins. Kevin will be on the lane side. Lake Lord Rowling. Johnston. Win lane on from Baster. 4A. Breaking out by 7 foul at 143 mile per hour. Hack goes 483 with a beer card, 143. Breaking out a little further. And Richard Briscoe, Mike Broomfield up next. Briscoe, 484 dial in, Mr. Gasket Lane, and Mike Broomfield on the lane side, Centerville, Indiana, dialed at 470. Get it done here, 471, 146. That's a 16 thousandths margin of victory there. Richard's actually a little better on a tree, a 13 thousandths better light. Goes 488, he's 4 off, 138 the speed. Scott Taylor. First appearance for him at the Motorplex this year, Kelly Smith. He and Dave Foster and Herman. Herman's the dragster. Kelly and Dave taking turns controlling him. 5'8", 525 dial in on the lane side. Both drivers will turn the lights off the net. So he's doing some punting down there. The wind light comes on Kelly Smith's lane, 524. With an 8, 131. That's 2 thou under, but he's got the win. 499, Scott Taylor breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, goes 134. And Mark Horton and Steve Taylor come up in the next pair. 457, 477. Again, 2 dimes. The difference in the handicap here. Horton's going to get the opportunity to lead first. He's on the lane side with the Mosier car. Steve Taylor. Riverside, Ohio, Mr. Gasket side has that 457 number. Steve Taylor, he was 019 green. Runs 4 off, 461 and 150. And Mark will be kicking himself. He was almost perfect off the starting line. 475.9 was 11 thou under. He took a 700th finish line. Gave the win over to Steve Taylor. Ouch. Ricky Atkins, Joe Bowman. Two Michigan racers in this pair. A Bulldog from Milan, Michigan. Chassis builder, Ricky Atkins. Mr. Gasket side, 497. Joe's going to go with a 493. Auto parts store owner from Chesaning. On the lane side with that all-black machine. $497 after a double for a light. That is an 8,000s package. Ricky Atkins. Doesn't really leave Joe much room. 134 mile per hour. 15 final under after a 34 light. So Ricky moves on. And buybacks are available in the office bottom of the tower, pit side. Corey Griffith, lane side. And John Parks for Armando's Pizza and Gianni Pizzone. Parks in the Mr. Gasket lane, 490 and 491. Corey the quicker of the two. Both drivers staging carefully, flickering the bottom band, and they're off and running. Another great start. Corey had the better start. He was 002 to John's 009. The double breakout. He's going to get the win. 489.5. 138 mile an hour. 490 with a 3. That's 7th thou under. 5 is closer than 7. Corey Griffith's going to get the win ticket. All right, Matt Hewitt. Mad Dog at Motorsports. That's the black dragster to Mr. Gasket lane. Karsten Bloom. Lane automotive side, the Ohio racer, dial 533. Continuing on here, round number 1. Thursday, $10,000 to win. Matt's out of power, went right on, Karsten, 537, 113 mile per hour. 595, almost a full second over Matt Hewitt. Missed the tree and not much went right on that run. Will Crawford wheel the throw on the lane side of the 488 dial-in. And the Drews Motorsports team. Father and son, Bob and Skylar Drews. Skylar at the wheel on this run. Mr. Gasket side, 491 dial-in. Skylar bumps in carefully. There's Crawford. Both these cars have been in the World Circle off the Plex this year. Final stop for Skylar. Crawford at 15, 486. On the 88 dial-in, 486.6 on both sides, as a matter of fact, as two drivers run identical elapsed times to the foul. 141 the speed for Skylar after the foul start, 142 for Crawford. And Mike Broomfield and Dennis Lund come up next. One apparently double-entered here is Dennis Lund. Saw the blood earlier. We're on the lane side. And Mike Broomfield. Mr. Gasket side, 499 dial-in. For the Indiana racer. Nine's 3 off, 135 mile an hour. And Mike Broomfield 498 breaks out by 8 thousandths. He was 20 green. It went 138 on that pass. Mark Daberstein sharing driving duties with one of the Parker brothers here on this dragster. 509 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane, and Bobby Johns. Brendan Ford on the lane side, dials 497. Dauberstein's going to go to the 509. Bobby's got the win, 499, 11 foul under, 507. On the 09 dial in for Dauberstein. Attention to pits. We need all door cars, all colors to the staging lanes. All door cars, all colors for round number 2 to the staging lanes. Again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side, first or second round. Wrapping up round number 1 of competition here with his last few dragsters. We need all door cars. Round number 2 of competition, all colors to the staging lanes for the second round of our Thursday 10K race. Bug McCarty, Gary Frater. 479, 489 to Downs. They broke the rules off the middle, 6 and 8. Frater with a better start, Frater with a run. He is dead on 2. That's an 8,000s package there. 479, 144. And Bug McCarty, a foul under. 489. Runs 488 with a 9 with a double 08 light, 137. And here's our buy run for the round. That's Bob Hamilton, Clinton Township, Michigan. The 72 Nova and Mr. Gaskin Lane's going to make a single run. Nice rolls in the air, except for Bob. And apparently he's not too concerned about his light there. So we won't even talk about it. Run 641. Started with a 3 in case you're interested. 641, 107 mile per hour for Bob Hamilton on his single run to move into the second round unopposed. Mike Bloomfield Jr., lane side, 661, dial in. Get things going here for round number 2. 69 Camaro. And a 2000 Mustang over there in the Mr. Gasket Lane. That's Mike Stokes, normally at the wheel of the 72 Challenger. Apparently the Mopar's broke and back in the box, and called up his buddy Rick the Rock. Rick kindly offered up his Mustang here as a replacement to keep him in the hunt. 688 dial in. Mr. Gasket side, Bloomfield. Got a better start. 663 is 2 over, goes 99 mile per hour in the 8th mile for the win, the 17,000s finish line. 689, Stokes is 1 over, goes 98 mile per hour with Rick LaRocque's Mustang. All right, Jim Ranko, Canton, Ohio, with a 69 Dart, dialed 622. And Ed Byer. Ed Byer. Not going to get it done here. Jim Ranko had a better light by 14 foul. Takes a 19,000 straight. 623 goes 110. 2 over, 582, 107 after a 50 right for Ed Byer. Wes May, John Nagy, next pair. Nagy's in the 78 Camaro from Elyria, Ohio. Where's Jared at? Where's that other famous driver from Elyria? Ray Conley. And he's here. Ray Conley's in the house along with John Nagy. Still would have brought half the city of Elyria with him. That would have been cool. Wes May, Indianapolis, Indiana. 697 dial in. John in the 667. 0.3 of a second difference in the handicaps. Wes is leaving first. Comes on for Wes. 697's dead on 5, 95 mile per hour. And John Nagy, 670, 3 over. And 100 mile per hour for the Camaro. Ed Hall. And Tony Eccles, 624 dial in for Eddie into Mr. Gasket Lane to the Vega. 715 dial in for Tony on the lane side of the Plymouth Arrow. Dead on 2 there for Tony Ackles. They're both 33 off the starting line. 7:15.2 is dead on, goes 95 mile per hour. Ed Hall breaks out by 7 thousandths with a 6:23 at 109. Breakout win here. Chris Butcher takes out Darrell Pollock. They were 0-12 and 0-21. Butcher on 681.6. Fourth thou under the 82 dial in and an even 100 mile per hour. Pollock was 6.060. 6.06 on the 07 dial in at 113, even though he had the better light. 0-12 to 0-21. Joe Schmall, Lino Wakes, Minnesota, in the 69 Plymouth Fury, a fast and furious car. Big Chrysler product over there. Taking on Jeff Burns with this little Chevy 2. Mount Joel, Tennessee, 560 dial in, the quicker of the two. Plymouth will lead first. And Joe's away. There goes Burns, 6,200 Pumper 2 there, and Burns goes dead on for the win. 560 at 121. Joe breaks out, 696. With a 7 at 96 mile per hour. That was another 3-striker. Not by much, though. Mark Talmadge, Kelly Smith, next pair. Talmadge into Mr. Gasket Lane, 609 dial in. Kelly Smith dials 583. Vienna Lane side of the 2017 from White Cloud, Michigan. Twice on a double on right, runs dead on 9 for the win. 609, 109 mile per hour. How's that for play-by-play? Kelly Smith, 584 is 1 over after a 32 light. He goes 113. Talmadge moves on to round number 3. So we roll through our door cars here in the second round of competition over $10,000 to win day. Andy Schmall, Jim Simmons, Mount Vernon, Illinois, 63 vet in the lane side, 560 dial in, 650 dial in. Dial in dyslexic here. I'm looking at the numbers at the top of the screen. 560, 650. Schmall, the slower of the two cars in the 71 Vega from Minnesota, being in Mr. Gasket Lane. This Vega here is a little bounce off the starting line. Pretty sharp in reaction time, though. 0-12, dead on 4. 16 thousandths package for Andy Schmall. 102 mile an hour. That's 650 run. 558 on the 560 dial in for Jim Simmons. He missed the tree with a 48 light. And Chad 6 comes up on the lane side. Eden Rapids, Michigan, that 2017 Roadster was runner-up here for our 3-day events. 608 dial in taking on the champion, Division 5. Summit ET Finals bracket champion last year. Carries the big number 1. 70 challenger Brandon Schmall up next. Brandon missed the trail a little bit, but he's going to get away with run. 6 gets down there first by Nicker and breaks out. 606 under by 17 foul at 109 mile per hour for Chad. Brandon with a 631's 1 over, goes 103 at the stripe, but he's got the win ticket. And a few times this weekend, you're probably going to see somebody beyond the first round have a 60 right and get the win. Brandon did it there. More so than anything else, they tell me it takes a little work. But you always need to have a certain amount of skill to go along with that. Gary May, Mark Doberstein. Hope to have both. They're in the next pair. $691 dial in for May. Doberstein, $554. Eric and Warren, Gary May. Second to two pairs. Big advantage reaction time. He was 10:07. James Bond Green runs dead on 5 with a 691 run. 98 mile per hour. Mark Doberstein. $554 in, runs 552 with a 9 after a 52 right. Not a good combination on that run. 126 mile per hour, and Jeff Melnick Jr. and Mike Morissette will be next up. Old Travers pre-stage. They bumped the two Mopars in very carefully. Morissette in the Daytona. Melnick with that 2002 Dodge Avenger. Great start this time, Mike Morissette. One line on Melnick. He was 029, runs dead on 6 with a 530 run. 130 mile per hour for a 17 thousandths finish line. Morissette had a great light and a couple of hundreds back here. Ran 4 over down there. 565, 122 for the loss in the Daytona. It's Jason Lynch, Mark Stevenson next up. Pleasant View, Tennessee. That's Jason's home. Mr. Gasket Lane. And Mark Stevenson, Granger, Indiana with that red Beretta. 2/10 difference here. 521, 501. Lynch the quicker of the two. Final start here for Stevenson. He's done well through on the inside. Lynch is 026. Comes up with a 5 flat with a 7 in the 8th mile, 142. Stevenson 525 on the 21 dial and goes 133. And Eric Johnson and Stephanie Bear come up next. 27 Roadster, that's Stephanie on the lane side. He's going to dial triple nickels, 555. And Eric Johnson, Mid Michigan at 66 Deuce, dial 613 on the Mr. Gasket scoreboard. Final start there for Eric as he goes run by 5 thousandths in second. Stephanie's actually 9 car under a green light. With a quicker car, you have your opponent. Moving first, gives him the first opportunity to make a mistake. That's what happened there with Eric Johnson. 555, Stephanie is dead on 1, goes 124. Eric's 2 over, 615, at 111. Kenny Underwood, Terry Bowman up next. Terry's on the lane side, Birch Run, Michigan to Chevy 2, 655 dial in. And Kenny Underwood, Tampa, Florida. BUC and Jags on that 67 Camaro with a 611 dial in. 10 roads for both drivers. Kenny Underwood. Slow advantage reaction time and not much. 1 light on for Kenny with 2 over run, 613 with a 7. 99 mile per hour. Terry goes 653. Breaking out by 14 thousandths per second at 105. Mike Tillman comes up next. Mr. Gasket side, Sullivan, Ohio, that's 70 Plymouth. He's going to go with a 662 dial in. And Tim Hygess, Traverse City, Michigan, to that 95 Beretta. That's a former Terry Bowman race car. Hygess on the back, Mike's away. Here's Trevor off the mark. 550, Hygess is 428. He runs 1 over for the win. 125 mile per hour for a 12 thousandths margin of victory there. 667, tunes 5 off, goes 97 mile per hour with the Duster. Fred Collins, Larry Zion. Zion from Champaign, Illinois, 72 Nova, 594 dial in. Good looking silver ride over here. And the black Challenger. Collins, Wyoming, Minnesota. 4-5 off the mark. 6 on runs, 1 off, 115 and 11 thousandths margin of victory for the win. Larry's 2 over, 596, hit 116 with the Nova. Pay attention to the pits. Last call, all door cars. If you're interested in running a second round, you got to still be in, of course, or buy back if you lost in round number 1, just to make sure the rules are clear. Need you in the staging lanes for the second round. Last call, all door cars should be in the lanes for the second round. Larry Murray, Scotty Bannock. Scotty and Sean Rose is at Muscat Tree. Big time. 7:05. Bannock's one off. 96 mile per hour after a 001 light. Larry with a 6:21. He's 3 under, and he was way over back here. We won't go there. Dennis Lund Jr., Button North, Iowa. Chevrolet Beretta. Closed out round number 1, winning with a dragster. Back up here in the Beretta, dial 630 into Mr. Gasket Lane. Another door car over here, lane side as we weed our way through the door cars. Second round, Fred Schwade, 74 Vega. Foul start, Dennis Lund goes away by 19 thousandths of a second. Fred's 20 green, Fred 647, 1 over 105. 627 for Lund, a little under back here, a little under down there. And Alan Hodder comes up alongside of Bob Hamilton, Mr. Gasket Lane. He was our round 1 bye, and he's back up again. With the 72 Nova from Clinton Township, Michigan. And Alan Hodder from Bay City. Gonna go with the 662 dial in on the lane side. Tenths. Hodder 29 green, 662 with an 8, 105 mile per hour for the Camaro. So he is dead on. Hamilton 636, 9 under by 11 thou, goes 107 mile per hour at the finish line. All right, as John Linneberry and Brian Falk come up to the starting line, our next pair, I want to put the call out for Blue Dragsters. Dragsters with a blue one sticker. Need your drivers to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Dragsters, blue one sticker, bring them up. Linneberry and Falk on the starting line in this pair. John's on the lane side, 583 dial and 511 for Brian Falk. Brian Falk gets the WIN to straight. 511.5, 134. Linneberry 582 breaks out by 4 foul. And for Brian, 426 on the starting line. Joe Bowman, lane side, the 58 Corvette, 556 dial in. And Andrew DiPiazza, Chicagoan, over there on the Mr. Gasket side of that 97 Camaro, 544 dial in. That is a 4 thousandths package. These guys are showing Joe a ton of respect. 125 mile per hour speed. It's an even 100th margin of victory. Joe Bowman was 556, dead on 0, or 14 off the starting line, and gets packaged up. Jason Jensen, Bill Yorchuk. This could be a matchup during one of our regular 3-day events as these two come up and race with us routinely during those weekends. Jensen and Chevelle. 610 dial and off the mark. Yorchuk falls out by 21 thousandths in a second. Jason's 016. Jason 614, 111 mile per hour for the Malibu. And a 541 for Bill Yorchuk after a 21 thousandths fall at 130 mile per hour for the Beretta. Here's our next pair, Will Crawford, Scott Hornline. Will Thor, winner here earlier this year with the Dragster. Now at the wheel with 67 Camaro. In the Mr. Gasket side, Saline Michigan racer, Scott Hornline, his dad Bob. Campaign this Plymouth Duster, hyper precision. 626 dial in on the lane side. Two Joes on the starting line here from Ohio. A Compton 74 Camaro, the 648 dial in. Hessling, a 94 Chevrolet Cavalier. For Kearns Motorsports, Team Mallard. Lane side's going to dial a 601. Power start for Hessling. The car to win. 648, dead on 5, 109 mile per hour. Hessling turned at 4th thou red, breaks out by 6th thou, 6 flat at 117. All right, again, attention to pit order. We need blue dragsters, should be in the staging lanes. Round number 2, blue dragsters should be in the staging lanes, getting ready for their second round. If you're not there, you're late. And at this time, we want to put the car out for red. Red run sticker dragsters. Red run sticker rails. How about that? We need you guys and gals to the staging lanes for the second round. Greg McCarty, Tom Reese, next pair. Oh. Backing out of the beams there. Bottom beams are out. Tom Reese is down. Gets the LB3A as the Camaro came out of the staging beams. Greg McCarty automatically had the win there. 607 on the 13 dial in. Lucky, lucky, lucky there. 111 mile per hour after a 36 light. And Tom Reese clearing the top end of the racetrack, saying things like shucks and darn and dang it and all kinds of things like that. All right, the Canadian. Ron Manzisi just going the motor with the 84 Firebird and didn't have the car in gear. I had one of my little brothers do that before. Next pass, the thing had a broken intake valve. Hope that doesn't happen to Don, but I'm just saying. 509 dial in for Don. Tyler Ankle, 100th of a second. Clicker and dial in with the dragster. Final door car, first dragster of the round. Drew Ankle on the starting line. He's going to get the win. 5'10", 1 over, 138 mile per hour for a 62 thousandths margin of victory there, and he had room to work with. Rankle had a 60 light and missed the tree, and missed the dial in as well. 5'11", had 133. All right, here's the next pair in the water box, Jerry Lee and Andy Schmall. Andy's in the Mr. Gasket lane to the 494 dial in. And Jerry Lee over here on the lane side of the 484 dial in, 485 dial in, excuse me, 900ths of a second apart in their dials. Andy's going to get the opportunity to lead first. Starting line, Arthur running at 3,000 second apart here. 11 and a 14, Lee's going to get the win. 487's 2 over after a 14 green. 141 mile per hour. Andy Schmall, 497 thousandths all over the stripe. 138 mile per hour. Right, any car wants to run the left lane of our dragsters, any car. If you're wishing to run the left lane, bring them up here, we need you. Dave Foster, Chuck Mink, Indiana racer over here on the lane side. Dave Foster and Kelly Smith, Mr. Gasket Lane. One light on and double breakout, Mink, 480. 6th thou under 142. Foster at 526 on the 29 dial in goes 131 at the stripe. Stephen McCrory. Well, again, was first stage. He'll back up, put out that bottom pair of bulbs, and keep himself courtesy-like. As Mike Burnbright alongside. Both drivers now first stage. Power start, Mike Burnbright. Goes right for 3,000ths of a second. McCrory, 530. Gets his first win light of the day. On the 32 dial in after a 007 light. 487, Mike Burnbright. At 140 after a 3,000ths foul. Roy Blair. Another Swamp Branch, Kentucky racer. Right here, real estate's going for a fine, pretty penny. Justin Mosier, Portland, Indiana. Mosier Engineering dragster on the lane side, dialed 450. 0.4 of a second different handicap here. Blair leaving first. Final start, Justin Mosier goes right by 21,000ths in a second. Blair, 006. 490 is under by 1,000ths on a dial in, but he's got the win, 141 mile per hour. Justin's won over at 451, goes 155 booming mile per hour at the stripe. The 21,000ths red light did him in. Gary Frater. Second of his entries here in Mr. Gasket Lane. 477 dial in, 0.05 of a second apart from Chad Brandon, who will get the opportunity to lead first on the lane side. This all-white Mullis dragster. Examples, we're having a quicker car share advantage. He was actually 26,000ths right himself. With a quicker car. Red bulb had already been on before Gary left the starting line. 476, 6, 145. Both drivers under the dial-ins as well. Adam 480 with a 5 on the 82 dial-in, and Chris Butcher and Troy Williams Jr. come up next. Butcher's going to get the win on a double breakout. He's close to 7th thou under at 130. 474.9 under by over a couple of Hun. Troy Williams 474, 144. A little further under. Breakout for the loss. Brian Horton, Bob Payton matched up. .484 and 480 of the dial-ins. Payton the quicker of the two. Will be on the lane side. Fowlerville, Michigan runner. And Brian Horton for the American Race Cars team. Mr. Gasket side, Walbridge, Ohio. Double breakout win is a 479.9 on the 80 dial and 142. Brian Horton 483 is under by 2 thou, but Payton had a better light, gave him a little extra cushion there down at the finish line. 142 mile an hour for Brian as well. Tony Leonard and Gary Williams. 0.3 of a second different in numbers here. 483 into Mr. Gasket board. That's Tony Leonard. Gary over here on the lane side. He's going to go with a 5.13. Out as well, as that's becoming a little bit habitual in this round. 481.6. Tony Leonard 14 foul under, goes 143. And Williams 510 on a 13 dial in. After a 5,000th red light, Leonard with the win. We'll see Gary and Troy back up their second entries here in just a little bit. Problems here for Rob Lutzke. Poor dragster. Backing back up to the starting line. Apparently, I'm assuming, I'm just hearing an engine fire, that maybe the engine might have died on him. Ken Zary over here, the Missouri racer, waiting patiently. He'll be on the lane side. He's going to dial 456, waiting on Rob to get back to the starting line. Apparently, Rob's out of power. Starter down, and Jason, our burnout boy here, is going to push him back to the starting line. It's a tough break for Rob Lutzke. Local racer's been in the winner's circle a couple times here so far this year. Not going to make the call. Here for round number 2. Ken Zeller's going to be on a single. First stage, he'll take the tray. Comes up in the 452. He's almost 400s under the dial on that 56 number. 153 mile per hour in the 8th mile. Jeremy McKay and Bill Fordyce, next pair. Brand new dragster, Bill and his son Justin. Out of Maryland. Being a Mr. Gasket lane, 462 dial in. Again, we got 0.2 of a second difference in the handicaps. McKaig's going to go with a 482. That's the number on the lane scoreboard for the Chamois, Missouri base racer. Danny Nelson racecraft car. Bumping in, flicker to beam probably 6 times before it came on solid. There's Fordyce, he's ready. Fordyce apparently is not ready. And Jeremy got down there, and right there, Bill's nowhere to be found because he never left the starting line. 484 after 11 right, 133 mile per hour. Jeremy would have been tough anyway. Not sure what happened to Bill. And at this point, with the number of runs he's made, I'm sure Bill's not sure what happened to Bill. All right, next pair. Mia Tedesco, Pennsylvania racer, alongside of Caitlin Smith. All ladies all the time on the starting line. Caitlin, the Mr. Gasket lane, 498 dial in. And Mia, 600ths of a second quicker on the dial, is going to go with a 492. That's an 11,000ths package. 141 mile per hour, 492. Caitlin Little under back here, a little under down there. We've done that before. 013 on the minus side. Runs 497.7 at 137 on the 98 dial in. So Mia moves on. Caitlin is gone. Nick Falk and Jeremy McCormick come up next. 495 dial in for Jeremy. Fountain, Michigan, sawmill operator. And Nick Falk on the lane side, 473. Mr. Gasket Lanes leaving first. One right on Falk, 473. Five's dead on. 18,000's package in that one. And 134 mile per hour. McCormick, 493, breaking out by 15 thou after a 002 late. Bob Drews, Ray Conley, next up. Ray's over here on the lane side. Many-time, multi-time event winner, national event winner, divisional event winner, past U.S. Nationals champion in Super Comp. 460 dial on Bob Drews. Tough competitor in his own right here locally to Mr. Gasket side. He was a winner here Memorial Day weekend. Bob gets there fast. He eats up the stripe and breaks out. Ray Conley the win. Dead on 3. 460 at 148. In the interest of fair reporting, Ray was 90 on the tree. Bob was 017. Breaks out by 6 thou with a 492. At only 136, he was trying to take it back or not give it up. Ray gets away with one there, and he'll move on to round number 3. Jason Rich and Bill Swain. 487 dial in for Bill, Mr. Gasket side. And Jason Rich. 480 dial in for the Tennessee racer. Pumping at the stripe, and Bill Swain's going to get another dead-on win. 487. 134 mile per hour after a 21 green. Jason Rich, 017. 479.8 makes out by 2 fouls. 139.99 for the breakout and a loss. All right, Tom Dauber and Joshua Morgan up next. Joshua on the lane side, Fairborn, Ohio, the 477 dial in. Dauber, the Garden State. That would be New Jersey, eh? No, wait a minute. You know, what do Jersey people say at the end of their stammers? I don't know. Somebody email us at www.midmichiganmotorplex.com. Jersey Shore. Probably not. 006. Joshua's going to get the win here. Had a better light by 9 thou. Comes up with a dead-on 7 run. 477 at 141. Taking the 18,000s finish line there. Dauber one off. 506. 136. Wes May. And our LS Manufacturer.
Lane side, 481 dial in. Giving away that piece of shop equipment that we talked about earlier. Understand he's got it down there in its trailer if you want to check it out. First driver of the weekend. Put together a perfect run. He's going to get to take that piece of machinery home with him. Wes May to Mr. Gasket Lane. 689 dial in for the 83 Malibu wagon. May gets the win. Never say never there. Shelter was 004, had 400 to a second advantage in reaction time. Got down there and he took that 400s at the stripe. Breaks out by 7 thou. May was 4 thou under, runs 688 at 97, but gets the win. Do all the math? Russ has got the win ticket. He's moving on. Buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side. First or second round. You didn't need to use it in round 1? You're welcome to use it in round number 2. We encourage it. Buybacks available in the office. Pit side, bottom of the tower. Jeff Strickland. John Rankel. Strickland, as I talked about before, is 1994, first winner of the 50K. Second behind at the start. Strickland gets it done. This time the guy that got that 004 rate put it together for a better package at the stripe to take the win. 475, 136. 26 thousandths finish line there. Rankel missed the tree with a 40 ball, runs dead on 6, but it didn't matter. He was a little later, and Strickland will move on to round number 3. Bob Clark, Bruce Call. Next pair. Clark's on the lane side, down 508. Bruce Call, 483 dial in for the Racine, Minnesota racer. By 9,000, so Bruce Call's going to get the win, 483, dead on 8. And the crowd in Racine, Minnesota goes wild. 148 mile per hour, Bruce moves on. And he's another past winner looking to do it again. Ty Rankel, Sean Parker up next, 507, 508, they're 100th apart in their dial ends. Parker from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Be on the lane side. And Ty Rankel, Canton, Michigan, Mr. Gasket's side. Parker, 508, 1 over, 132. 509, 1 over, 135. 17 thousandths margin of victory there going to Sean. And Todd Bannock and Buddy Farrell come up next. Bannock out of Adrian, Michigan on the lane side. And then the all-black dragster. And Buddy Farrell out of Tennessee. 492, again, they're only 100th apart in their handicap. Buddy with a better finish. 8,500, another double breakout. 491, 138 the speed. Todd Braddock under by the 91 dial goes 130 on the lane side. Good match up here. Kirby McLennan, Temperance, Michigan. 472 dial in on the lane side. Taking on one of the Jigs.com race cars. That's Troy Coughlin Jr. Delaware, Ohio, part of Coughlin Brothers Racing. Troy Jr. Mr. Gasket Lane down 487. Flicker in the bottom ball, back and forth, the inside. TJ gets the win, dead on 0. How about a 5,000 package there? He's done that before. 487-0. 142 getting the WIN. Ken Langlois, Scott Hornline. This could be a matchup at one of our regular 3-day weekend events. Scott Hornline to Mr. Gasket's side, Saginaw, Michigan. His dragster down 491. Ken Langlois, winner. Memorial Day weekend. So 1 week ago competing in Top Sportsman with this Corvette door car. 506 dial in, lane side. Start for Kenny as it looked like the car maybe launched forward disappeared when he put it on the back. Scott was 431, he runs 489, breaking out at 140 mile per hour. Langlois fouled out by 3 thousandths of a second, and then runs dead on 4, 506, and 145. Here's Doug Katula. Another Minnesota runner with a racecraft chassis. Mr. Gasket's side, Jeff Radford, back at the wheel of his own car here. That's the Warrior chassis entry. 489 dial will be on the lane side. 500 partner dial ins. 7 fall apart in the reaction times. Redford gets it done here. 489.7. He was 014 green. 135 mile per hour backing out at the finish line. Katina, 491. Bigger speed at 137. Breaking out by 300ths of a second, even though he was 003 off the mark. He took almost 500 stripe. And that was the wrong decision. Not a good plan. So Jeff moves on. And Steve Smith and Bob Jennings come up next. Jennings from Mississauga. I swear to God, that's what it says. Mississauga, Ontario. I'm going to say it one more time because I think it sounds cool. Mississauga, Ontario. Mississaugaa. Bob Jennings, Steve Smith, Mr. Gasket side. Aero 15, 22. Jennings with a better light. Smith with a better finish. 503. Number 6, 135 mile per hour for the win. The double breakout. Jennings under by 9 thou. 489 on the 90 dial and goes 140 mile an hour at the stripe. Jason Lynch. Chris Kunstler. Unicoi, Wisconsin. Lynch out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, being the Mr. Gasket lane with a 483 dial in. Chris dials 505. He'll be on the lane side. Runs 2 over at 485.3, gets it done. 138 mile per hour. That was a 77 10,000ths MOV. 505, 2 over. On the lane side, and Ryan McCann and Johnny LeBourse Jr. come back up to the starting line. The Lake Louis Bull Crew, Madison, Wisconsin. The next time I'm in Madison, I'm going to have to check out Lake Louis Brewery. Looks like a cool place to hang based on that paint scheme. Johnny LeBourse, he don't care about any of that. He's on the Mr. Gasket side. He's concerned about turning the lid right on. He's not going to do it, though. He's 007 on the red side. Ryan's 010 green. And the beer car goes 502. On the 05 dial run, 137 mile per hour. Johnny LeBourse, 483. Little under back here, well, you know the story. He broke out, 483.5, 141. And Jason Folk and Jake Elrod come up next. Elrod in the Mr. Gasket lane, 464 dial run from Herod, Ohio. And Jason Folk, 488 on the lane side. Gets the win, 465. That's a 15,000ths package as he's won over with a 5 on the middle number. 142 mile per hour after a perfect reaction time. Jacob moves on. 487.3. Folk breaks out by 7 thou after a 36 green. Goes 140 mile per hour. And Bob Koski, Steve Mikas on the starting line. Koski runner-up a couple weeks ago during one of our regular points races. Mid Michigan regular Jimmy Johnson. And Steve Mikas comes up on the lane side. 521 dial in for the Raleigh Dragster. 17, win right on Steve Mikas. 522, 1 over, 132 mile per hour. Koski, 5059, breaks out by a thou, even though he had 4 thousandths in the bank at the tree. 139 mile per hour. And Tad Rise be on the lane side of the 509 dial in. Ricky Atkins, the Bulldog chassis builder from Milan, 530 dial in. 5:08, under by 2 thou, another double breakout. 134 mile per hour, 007 green. Ricky Adkins wins 5:29.7, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. 126 mile per hour. And Bill Smith. And Mike Noble. What a collage of car on the starting line. The orange car, BS. Green drags through over there. Stealing the paint scheme from a 1951 Korean Army Jeep. Right on Mr. Gasket Lane. 007's a play here. One light on normal. Carolina one over reserve. 130 mile per hour. That's a 45 10,000ths MOV. BS is 12 thousandths over at 499.2 on the 98 dial in. Goes 137. In another great drag race. Mike Bloomfield, A.J. Kasanka up next. Two Ohioans, 464, 485. A.J. getting the lead first. Runs 018. They had a 486 run at the stripe, 138 mile per hour, 465. Mike Bloomfield, 148 mile per hour, an 84 light. That wasn't what he was looking for. Steve Taylor, Doug Foucher up next. 493 for the Taylor Involvement team. And Foucher. It's another Diamond Race Cars chassis. Both these cars are. Doug's going to dial 496. He's racing from the lane side. At the table saw blade. A blaze in the center of the race car. And that was green. That wasn't even green. That was jade. Only 11. 498. One light on for the Taylor Involvement car. 125 mile per hour. Foucher, 493 on the 96 dial-in. And that was another three-striker. He left last by a ton. Got there second. Broke out. And the Taylor Involvement car still took almost 3/10 at the finish line. That's how bad that light was. Just saying. That reminds me, though, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. If you didn't use one first round, you're welcome to in the second. Buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. J.P. Schuster, Wendell Belgium. Good time, green lights here, 008, R24, some throttle at the finish line. Schuster with a win, dead on one with a 5:09 run, 134, 16 thousandths margin of victory. Wendell goes fast 17, is dead on one, 131 mile per hour after a 24 light. Greg Fezak, Ron LeCays come up next. Fezak and Mr. Gasket Lane with a 496 dial-in, Brownstown, Michigan. And Ron LeCays, that racecraft dragster. Finished second in our Lane Automotive Mr. Gasket Points Series in 2010. Or 2011, last year actually. 530 dial-in for Ron. He'll be on the lane side. Fezak and Mr. Gasket Lane. Multicolored car. On the deck of Miller Road with another pair of Ron LeCays gets the win. $1.04, 531 on the 30 dial-in. That's a 9 thousandths margin of victory in that pair. 497, Fezak one over, goes 138 after a 006 light. Ron was two better at the tree with a 004. All right, Ryan Pinkelman. And Mike Bloomfield. 459 dial into Mr. Gasket Lane for Bloomfield. Pinkelman with a Ricky Adkins chassis. 505 dial in on the lane side. Broomfield Jr. 460 with a 2. There's 142 mile per hour to take a 6,000s finish line in that one. Brinkelman, 505's dead on 5, 134 the speed after a 13 light. Getting it done. And Mike Broomfield. Lane side, Indiana racer, part of Mink Motorsports. And Eric Anderson for Eau Claire, Wisconsin. 2005 truck chassis into Mr. Gasket Lane, 496 dial-in. Broomfield at 498, getting the opportunity to lead first by 200ths of a second from the lane side. Broomfield 497, 8th hour under, doesn't matter. Anderson decided to race back here at the tree, 139 mile per hour. Eric, 497 on the 96 dial-in, goes 136. Next pair, Brian Lampton on the lane side, Cairo, Ohio, 499 dial-in, and Danny Nelson, Batesville, Arkansas, 450 dial-in. One full bulb, minus 1,000th. 499 to 450. We'll set this race up. Oh 26, another double breakout win here. Nelson, 1 thou under the 450 dial, 449.9, 154.95. And Lampton, 4 thou under at 498.6. He goes 137 at the stripe. And attention to the pits. Anyone who has not run round number 2 with whatever your held entries are, if you have not competed in round number 2, you need to make it up to the staging lanes because we're starting to wrap things up. We're not looking back. We're rolling. If you have not competed in round number 2 with one of your entries, you need to be up the staging lanes. Justin Fordyce, Bill Riddle, they're your next pair on the starting line. Justin to Mr. Gasket Lane, Annapolis, Maryland, 463 dial-in, and Bill Riddle, Fowlerville, Michigan, racer on the lane sides, down 484.
He's going to get a wind slip on round number 3. 459.5. He breaks out by 0.04 of a second as well. It's a good time to get that all out of your system. Riddle, 483.6. Goes red and breaks out. We've seen that a time or two here so far today, too. Kurt Cheney and Tim Irwin come up in the next pair. Kurt on the starting line. Irwin lane side, 490 dial-in. Cheney's going to go with a 496. 2012 king of the track here at the Mid Michigan Motorplex. Kurt Cheney minus 003. Irwin. 48.9, that's 11 foul under, goes 142. Cheney was dead on. 496.0, 138. Turned the cherry on by 0.03 of a second. Next pair in the starting line here in the second round, Randy Shore Jr. Carburetor builder from Toledo, Ohio. Part of that APD shop. North Central Ohio. And Chris Wallen, Spencer, Ohio racer, 523 dial-in on the lane side. For a moment there, I thought we had a staging battle. Seen that a week ago at the divisional race.
Now both drivers got the top pair of bulbs on, and neither one of them seems all that interested in putting the bottom ones on. Finally, Chris Wallen bumps in. Schuler got 10 seconds to do, saying he's ready. Randy misses the trail. Pepper Honbell is going to get the win. 5:25, 2 over with a 7, 129 to speed. 479 under by a thou. Randy Schuler at 141. Chris Bell rolling out of the water box. Tires blazing on the Bear Motorsports car. The black dragster to Mr. Gasket Lane. Stephen McCrory, Georgia Racer. As I said earlier, past winner here a couple of years ago. He was our 50K main event winner. Back down on the starting line now to take on Bear. 509 dial in lane side here on opening night. 483 dial in for Chris. At the finish line, McCurry gets it done as neither driver wanted the finish line there. 5:15 on the 09 dial-in. Bear 498, 139 mile per hour on the 483 dial-in. 10th of a second margin of victory in a rather sloppy race, even though both drivers had great reaction times. Troy Fields, Lane Dickin. Will be our next pair. Dickin at 2005. Champagne at the 50K. 494 dial-in, Troy Fields, Fox Auto Parts car. 498 dial-in, 4 hundredths of a second apart. Troy will be leaving first. From the Mr. Gasket side. Dial in, that's 17 thou under. 494 with a 9. That's 31 thou under. Lane's closer. He did the math real quick. He's got the win. So Lane moves on. Troy is gone. And John Parks and Jeff Billings come up to the starting line the next one. John Parks along with John Fiesel, campaigning the Armando's Pizza car. From Canada, being the Mr. Gasket Lane. Jeff Burns from Mount Joliet, Tennessee, one of the Brown cars here. 448 dial in on the lane side. John's going to go with 490. John's on the back of the line. Burns misses the Christmas tree. Parks dead on one. That's an 11,000s package there. I'm not sure if it was by design or not. 490 after a 10 light, dead on one, 137 mile per hour. He was trying to cut it back a bit. Takes a 600s finish line. 446, Jeff Burns. It was 94 in a tree. Not going to get it done. And Don Kasanka. Troy Williams Jr. 514 dial in for the Bradenton, Florida runner. Lane side, Kasanka, 478 dial in, Mr. Gasket Lane. Williams. 5/16's 2 over, that's safe. 128 mile per hour, takes a 15,000th margin of victory there. Kasanka's 1 over. Had the better numbers on the racetrack. We got treed just a little bit. 479, 144. Rod Schaefer, Dave Running come up next. David on the Lane Automotive side. Two-time winner so far here at the Plex. 528 dial in. Schaefer. The O&L racer, dial 490. Mr. Gasket Lane with the all-yellow car. And again, anyone that is not completed here in round number 2 needs to be up in the staging lanes. Round number 2, winding down, needs you in the lanes if you haven't run one of your entries yet. Lanning, Schaefer, a foul apart, taking the cones. Double breakout win, Rod Schaefer, 489, 8 foul under. Lanning, 526, 19 foul under. Closer numbers, Rod Schaefer gets the win, 140 mile per hour to David's 137. And Chad Bannock comes from Michigan racer to Mr. Gasket Lane. Jeff Hara, he'll be on the lane side. Again, Sunoco Race Fuel Station remains open. Mid Michigan Motorplex souvenirs, including commemorative T-shirts. Just brought them out here this week. The 19th annual Huntsville Engine Performance $50,000 World Super Pro Challenge, presented by Sunoco Racing Fuels, official event T-shirts. Down there at the Motorplex trackside Pro building, along with NHI souvenirs. Third building in front of the tower, behind the grandstands. 414, 16, tip out there, Jeff Hara. Pumping at the stripe, and Chad Bannock is going to get the win here. Hara breaks out by 21 thousandths. 494 dead on one. Bannock goes 138. 483, 9, 138, Jeff Hara. Todd Brown, Gary Fleener come up next. All right, Fleener on the lane side, 479, a tenth of a second apart here with Browns, 489 dial in, leading first to Mr. Gasket Lane. He does. Fleener makes up 100 of it. Had a better right, runs 479, that's dead on 5, 144 mile per hour. Brown was 022, Green breaks out by a foul, 488.9, runs 136. And Scott Taylor. Jesse Leonard will be here on the lane side, 483 dial in. Remember another one of those M&M race cars chassis. And Scott Taylor of the Worthy car dials 498. One light on, Jesse Leonard, 485, that's dead on 3. That's a 9 thousandths package. Taylor's 200 under, took too much stripe, even though he was double on right in reaction time. All right, Randy Falk. Neil Williams next up. Finish. 487's one over, goes 134. 467 breaking out by 5 thou, 142 mile per hour. After a 007 reaction time, Gary Williams. Takes 19 thousandths, too much finish line in that one. Gives the win over to Randy Falk. And Chris Sullivan and Brian Falk come up next. double breakout. Falk, 479, 1 under with a 0, 144. The speed gets the win in that one. Chris Sullivan, 482. He's 1 under even, as was Brian Falk. Had to go to the 4th digit on that one to figure it out. 137 mile per hour, Chris Sullivan. Brian Falk moving on. Jason Rich, John LaBoose Jr. next up. John Jr. in the Mr. Gasket side, White House, Tennessee. And fellow Tennessee resident Jason Rich on the lane side of the 473 dial at a 10th of a second apart. They're about a 100th apart in reaction time, and Rich is going to get the win. 475 is 2 off, goes 140 mile per hour for 300ths margin of victory there. LaBoose 3 over, goes 491 at 128. Here comes the Lake Larry Bull crew again. Kevin Hacks at the wheel this time, Cross Plains, Wisconsin. And Austin St. Dennis with his dad Roy. Mr. Gasket Lane, Carl, Michigan. Dial 512, Hacks going to dial 483. He'll be on the lane side. Austin's got the win down there, 131 mile per hour for a 5,000th win light. Back on 43 was dead on 8, had a 29 light, 141 mile per hour. And Austin with a little better reaction time, even though he was 2 over compared to the dead on run. Austin got the whole shot, got the win to finish line. Dwayne Blair, another Swamp Branch, Kentucky resident. Well, they're just piling on the real estate bandwagon down there in Swamp Branch. Mr. Gasket side, 498 dial in. Nick Falk, 479 dial in, Duran, Illinois. Fouls out by 4,000ths of a second. Nick Falk, 007 green. Runs 477. He's 19 thousandths under. Goes 145 mile per hour. Blair, 496. A little under back here, a little under down there. It's happened before. So Falk moves on. And Jason McKeag and John Bastier come up next. 478, 480. Bastier will get the opportunity to leave first from the Mr. Gasket side. McKeag with Danny Nelson racecraft car. 2 all-black dragsters on the starting line. John Bastier. Jason's 012 green, runs 477. He's 144 mile an hour in the 8th. 481, 1 off for John. He had 143. Karsten Bloom comes up on the lane side in this pair. And Greg Samuel from Deal and Florida Racer. 474 dial in. Karsten with a 533 will be racing from the lane side. The KB Carburetor's car. Breakout win for Samuel as he goes 473.8. That's 2 thou under. 146 mile an hour. Karsten, 15 thou under with a 531 run on the 33 dial in, goes 125 for the loss. Josh Creer. South Beloit, Illinois, and Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan. That's over just up that way. So I hold my index finger pointing over towards the northwest. Lane automotive side, 524 dial in. line for Josh, 488.9. He's dead on, 144. Kelly breaks out by 16 thousandths of a second after taking 47 thousandths straight. 132 mile per hour. And Mike Broomfield. And Greg Ralou. Final. Quad final call back to the staging lanes if you have not run round number 2 with any of your entries. Or you're going to miss it. Because we's going to be rolling on into round number 3. We got gamblers races to run tonight. We got beer to drink later on. Well, not that that's a priority at this stage of the game. At any stage for a track manager. 471 over Broomfield after a 003 light. 147 mile per hour. 14 thousandths finish line for Mike in that one. Ralou goes 465. He's dead on 2. There's 147. He was 29 off the mark. Don Hansen, Sean Parker, next pair. 493 dial in Hansen. Mr. Gasket side for the Florida racer. And Sean Parker out of Kalamazoo. 71 Damon. He and Mark Doberstein taking turns in this car and their dragster. Win late on for Sean, 553, 6 thou under. 122 mile per hour, the door car gets the win. Hansen, 492, 137. Under by 8 thou, it's 2 thou further. And Steve Taylor and Mark Kelly come up in the next pair. The Hitman car in Mr. Gasket Lane, Riverside, Ohio, 460 dial in, Mark Kelly, 484. Dead on, 142 mile per hour. Neither one of them is going to make the reaction time honor roll for the day. But Mark Kelly gets the win there by 200ths of a second. Taylor, 3 off, 463 at 150 mile per hour. And Steve Smith, Corey Griffith come up in the next pair. All right, the Griffith Motorsports car. That's Corey on the lane side. 489 dial in. And the insurance man, Steve Smith, Mr. Gasket side. 5 seconds flat. Steve will be leaving first. Mr. Gasket lane. Corey's got the ball right with 024 green. 489. He's dead on 0. Goes 137. Steve Smith, 498, breaking out at 139. And Dennis Lund. The Iowa racer back up, running both this dragster and his Chevrolet Beretta. Super stock style car. Back up here at the wheel of his rail. He'll be on the lane side. He's going to dial 487 here. And Mia Tedesco. She'll be in the Mr. Gasket lane this time, the 480 dial in. Mia's going to get the lead here again by virtue of the opponent's foul. Dennis Lund turns it red for the second time in the round with a 9 thousandths foul start. 2 under at 485 at the straight. Mia goes 478, 11 thou under her dial in, 143 mile per hour. She was 005. Green at the Christmas tree. Another lady on the starting line here, Amy Kirchen. She'll be on the lane side. Todd's Extreme Custom Paint. 504 dial in to face off with another semi-regular here at the Motorplex. Will Crawford was in the winner's circle back early in the month of May. Mr. Gasket lane with the blue dragster, dial 487. Double breakout, 503s, 3,000 under, goes 136 at the stripe. 486, Will Crawford, 140 mile per hour, breaking out by 4 thousandths of a second. Amy was under by 3. That's closer. And she gets the win ticket. Midwest Senior, another Pennsylvania racer, will be in the Mr. Gasket side. 499 dial in, and Mark Horton. Millbury, Ohio. 475 dial in on the lane side. Both drivers staging very cautiously. Neither one's holding each other up, just very careful. Tree fires in a fast start. Mark Horton turns it red by 1 second. For the second. And again, head injury to insult, runs dead on. 475, 146. Not going to work for you there. Now with the red ball back here at the starting line, 496. Wind light on Mr. Gasket Lane. Bobby Johns and Disco Dean Carnes. Johns on the Mr. Gasket side, 495. And the same digits, only flipped over to the lane side, 459. That's Dean's number. He'll be on the lane side with a blown car. Dead on 2. How about Bobby Johns? 14 green. Had the advantage there by 3. 495, 134. Carnes breaking out by 9 thou. 458, 1 at 154 for the blown car. Buck McCarty on the lane side. 488 dial in for his dragster this time around. And Travis Colangelo, 464 dial in. Mr. Gasket Lane for the American Race Cars team. Foul on 015 green. Travis Colangelo, 465's one over for Trav, 149 mile per hour. Bugs dead on 3 again. Had injury to insult, or vis-a-vis. 488.
They need to get their act together.
And there's that 78B car. Jeff Ledford was the first to cut a perfect late. And was closest to the dial. Got the bye run for this round. All right, JL will have a bye run here. He'll be on the Lane Automotive side. He dials 5 seconds flat. Double O2 reaction time, 498. 11 thou under, 137 mile per hour. Trip zip perfect in round number 1, double O2 in round number 2. Got the box figured out. See Jeff back in round number 3. Final play of the round. Round number 2 of competition on the starting line. Ricky Atkins, Bill Riddle, 2 Michigan racers. Ricky out of Milan, Mr. Gasket side, 496 dial in. Be leaving first, Bill Riddle out of Fowlerville. Halfway in between Detroit City and the capital of Lansing. 017, 009 are the lights. Couple rips at the finish line. Atkins gets the win, 497. He's one over. Will 0, 135 mile an hour. Takes a 9 thousandths finish line there. Riddle's one off of the 1, 484, 143. He was 017 off the mark. All right, our first pair of door cars to get things started here in round number 3, including West Main Mike Bloomfield rolling in the water box. And attention to pits. Want to put the car out for red and blue dragsters. Red and blue one-sticker dragsters. We need you drivers back to the staging lanes for the third round. Red and blue dragsters to the staging lanes. Round number 3. All right, May, the Big Regal. Mr. Gasket side, Mike Bloomfield Jr. $658 dial-in on the lane side. May's going to go with the $696 on the Regal. Both drivers staging carefully. They're ready. And away. 10 lights appear. 4th dial apart. Advantage. Bloomfield, 1 light. May, 697's 1 over. 96 mile per hour for a 16 thousandths finish line. Bloomfield, 661 on the 58 dial, and even though he had the better light, 015 to 019. Jim Rankle, Andy Schmall come up next. 650 dial in for Andy on the Mr. Gasket side. Rankle's going to go with a 623 on the 69 Dart out of Ohio on the lane side. Schmall with a better light here by over 300ths of a second. That helps him play the finish line game. 651. 1 over at 102. That's a 200 stripe. Rankle's dead on with a 1. 623 at 110. But a 41 light wasn't going to get it done in that pair. Kenny Underwood went to move the Camaro into the water box and position that back tire where he wanted it in the H2O. And that car's got a backup beeper like a dump truck. You know, the beep, 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 beep beacon going off. He's got a double 08 light. He rips the throttle a couple times and takes the win over Fred Schwade. 612, 106 mile per hour for Underwood. Fred breaks out by a thou, 645.9 on the 46 dial-in. Then 105 mile per hour. Chris Butcher, Jason Jensen be our next pair as we roll through the door cars here in round number 3. Owensville, Kentucky racer in the Mr. Gasket lane in the 682 dial-in. And Jason Jensen out of Vicksburg with his Malibu. 610 dial-in. Five thou apart here with another great pair of lights. Bunch of pumping at the stripe. Butcher's win light comes on. 684 on the 82 dial-in. 97 mile per hour. That's 14 thousandths at the finish line. Jensen 613, 3 off. It goes to 111 from the lane side. Good matchup here on the starting line. Jason Lynch, Don Vincisi, Pleasant View, Tennessee, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I couldn't pick 2 different demographics for the township that these 2 guys come from each. One thing that they have in common, they're pretty darn fast. 5 flat Lynch. Don's going to get the opportunity to lead first. The Canadian, French-Canadian for that matter. 5'10". Off the mark, and I tell you what, Don's going to make Lynch work for this. 4 dead on 0, 5'10", 4th thou package for the Canuck. Come get you some of that. Who says they don't know how to drag race up in Montreal? 137 mile an hour for the Firebird. 5 flat, dead on 6. Lynch was right there. And he was 021 off the starting line. Don just didn't give Jason any room. Jason Byer, Brad Schmall. I think that folk was making fun of Don's accent in the staging lanes, and that made him mad. 554 dial in for Stephanie. Brandon, Division 5, Summit ET Finals champ in the 70 Challenger. 630 dial in. 554 for Steph over on the lane side. Pair of 30 lights in this one. Pretty even start. 554 dead on for Stephanie. 125 mile per hour. Takes a 9 thousandths margin of victory there. Brandon Schmall, 630 at 104, goes dead on, got nothing to show for it. Stephanie moves on. And Jeff Burns and Jeff Melnick, two Jeffs on the starting line. Burns in a 63 deuce from Tennessee. Melnick, led Dodge Avenger, top sportsman car. 529 dial in. All door cars all the time. Here round number 3. Wow, Burns off the mark, and he was almost perfect, but the car took a step to the right. Finish line, one light on Mr. Gasket's side. 3 over at 532, 129, 11 light gets it done. Melnick, 15 10 thousandths MOV. Burns, 562, couldn't run the number after that 003 light as the car got a little crossed up. After the delay box turns, the trans brake loose on the starting line. Tony Eccles, the Mazda Performance, 76 Plymouth. Over here on the lane side, he's going to go with a 714 dial here in the 8th mile and 544. That number belongs to Andrew DiPiazza from Chicagoland. Mr. Gasket side with that Camaro, 544 dial in. Tony's away, and there goes Andrew. 2 foul apart, they're both in the 20s. Dead on one, Andrew DiPiazza. 120 mile per hour, that 544 run gets it done. Tony's 3 off, 717 goes 96 mile per hour for the Plymouth. Larry Zond, 72 Nova, Champaign, Illinois. 595 dial in. Gary May out of Indianapolis, Indiana. 83 Malibu. Being the Mr. Gasket lane, 690 dial in. Almost 1 full second apart. Handicap. Gary believing first. Gary had a better start by 13 thou. He makes it work at the stripes. 691, 98 mile per hour for a 23 thousandths margin of victory there. Larry goes 2 off at 597, 116. Again, we need red and blue dragsters to the staging lanes. Red and blue dragsters. Red and blue run stickers. Need to bring them up to the lanes for round number 3. Brian Folk, Tim Hygis. Hygis Performance, 95 Beretta over here on the lane side with a 549 dial in. Folk with that Camaro Roadster, 510. They are 13 and 14 off the starting line. Tim Hygis, 549, dead on one, 14 thousandths package there for a 32 10 thousandths MOV. He goes 125 mile per hour. Folk, 510, dead on 3 after an 014 light as a 17 thou package and gets mopped up here in the 3rd round. Red and blue dragsters have been called. Back to the staging lanes. Round number 3. Ed Hall, Joe LeCompte. The Black Vega, Vicksburg, Michigan. That's Eddie with 624 dial in. LeCompte, 648. Misses the tree. Ed Hall. It's in control here. Runs 629, 102 for a 500ths margin of victory. That was all he needed. LeCompte, 653. Missed it on both ends of the racetrack. Greg Collins, Al Hodder. Collins from Wyoming, Minnesota. Undercover chassis dragster in the Mr. Gasket lane. Turned into a Challenger. 601 dial. And Alan Hodder, 6/10 of a second in handicap, 661. Be racing from the lane side of the 88 Camaro. Collins in and out of the throttle a couple of times as the tree flashed. He was undaunted. Comes up with a better light, but Hodder's got the wind. Dead on 2 for Al, 661. 105 mile per hour. That's a 75 10 thousandths wind light for Hodder. And Greg Collins, 6:02, 1 off 0. He was 0:23 and held the start by a thousandth of a second. Didn't get the win, though. Eric Johnson, Primer Chevy 2 over there in the Mr. Gasket lane from Mid Michigan. And Will Crawford, lane side, 630 dial in for the 67 Camaro out of Saline. Johnson dialed 614 with a Chevy 2. Again, red and blue dragsters bring him up, round number 3. Oh, 13, oh, 18, Crawford with the better rate. Johnson with the better finish, 614, he's dead on 2. The Chevy 2 moves on. 111 mile per hour for a 25 10,000ths rather, margin of victory there. Crawford was dead on 9 after an 013 light. Again, very respectable packages being put up here. Still not getting the job done. Scotty Baddick. Mark Haberstein, Edmore, Michigan. Lane side, 71 Dodge with a 552 dial in. Baddick, 704 dial in for his Mustang. Oh, boy. The things that we can only tell you. Baddick, Haberstein on the starting line. Red and blue dragsters have been called. Haberstein in and out of the throttle there, trying to throw Baddick off. It didn't work. He is 008. He's got the advantage by 2. Gets the win, 704. He's dead on 0 after a 008 light. 97 mile per hour at the stripe. Mark with his quickest run since debuting that car picked the wrong time to dip into the 540s. 548 for the Demon. 127 mile per hour. Nice run, but not the time he really wanted it. Mark Talmadge, Mike Toon. 70 Duster on the lane side, dialed 661. And Mark Talmadge in the 75 Vega, 608. Leaves the line again with the wheels in the air. Drops him down, goes to the edge of the groove. He is in the marbles, but he's going to stay on it. He's going to get the win, 610. 110 mile per hour. They were 017, 020. Talmadge with a wild ride, getting it done the hard way there. Turn breaks out by 5 foul with a 660 run on the 61 dial in. 103 mile per hour. And Bug McCarty and Truck Mink come up next. Mink Motorsports Dragster. Richmond, Indiana, home of Hawkins Speed Shop. On the lane side. 479 dial in. McCarty. Georgia Auto Parts store owner, down 607. I'll tell you, 009 and 000. It's tough out there. Bud McCarty, 000 perfect. Gets the win, 607. It was 2,000s package, best of the day. Bud McCarty, come get you some of that. 111 mile per hour, Chuck. Went over at 480. He was 009 on a tree. And leaves around empty-handed. Now we still got some gamblers races. Don't get into the cooler just yet. Yuri Freiner, Nick Falk. 472, 477, and Nicola partner dials. Falk, the quicker of the two, will leave last. He'll be on the lane side. Freiner, the Ohio racer in the Mr. Gasket lane, one of his two dragsters, competing here. A lot of pumping at the finish line, and Falk's win light comes on with a 473 run. He's won over at 140 mile per hour. It's 11 10,000ths margin of victory in that one. What a 480, 3 off. Gary Flander goes 138 at the stripe. All right, Roy Blair, the Kentucky racer in the Mr. Gasket lane. In Georgia, Stephen McCrory. 530 and 491 their dial in. Stephen leaving first.
Red light and good night, Roy Blair. Minus 100th under. Stephen McCoy, 003, 529's under by a foul. And he was 1 foul away from a 3-foul package. Not good enough to get under that Bug McCurry run we saw earlier. Bug McCarty run earlier. 128 mile per hour. Roy Blair, 490, goes 141. And Bob Payton and Randy Shore Jr. come up next. 479 on the lane side for Payton. And as traditional for Bob, he backs up. Cleans her out, does a quick purge of the nitrous, and over forward to find the pre-stage beam. Sure. Bear Motorsports car from Toledo, Ohio, Mr. Gasket Lane. Double 08, no 10. Sure, with the advantage by 2 foul, gets the win on a dead-on 5 run. That's a 13 thousandths package and a 13 10,000ths margin of victory in another great race. He goes 140 mile an hour at the stripe. Payton, he was dead on 4, had a 10 light. He comes up with a 14 thousandths package, goes 144 mile per hour, and again, has nothing to show for it. This could be a matchup during one of our regular lane automotive Mr. Gasket races. In Super Pro, as Bob Drews and Ron LeKeys face off. Drews Motorsports team, Bob and Schuyler, St. John's, Michigan, south side. Kiefer boys, they'd be from the north side, just to clarify the geography for everybody. And Ron LeKeys, Bellevue, Michigan, on the lane side. All blue dragster finished number 2 in points in 2011 here in Super Pro during our regular weekly bracket competition. Bob had a great weekend here last year during the 50K weekend. Looking to do it again. He's off the mark. LeKeys has got the better start though. 5:30, Ron LeKeys dead on 7, takes a 9 thousandths finish line for the win. 128 mile per hour. Now Bob Drews was dead on 1, 491-1. Hit 139, 022 to 007, James Bond Green again, Ron LeKeys. Advantage at the starting line, both drivers run dead on. Ron got the whole shot, padded his position at the finish line. Greg Samuel, Joshua, 3 down.
Mile in for Greg, he's in the Mr. Gasket lane. Joshua will be over here on the lane side. 476, they're 300 apart. Rolling our way through the dragsters here in the third round of competition. Off the mark, 011, 016. 5 foul apart there. Win light on Mr. Gasket's side. Greg, 473-1. Samuel gets the win. 147 mile an hour the speed. 475-9, breaking out by a thou after taking a 7 thousandths finish line. Joshua Morgan. Boy, I tell you, he really hogged it up there. 7 thousandths straight. Breaks out by a thousandth. He had room. Just saying. If it would be easy, everybody would be doing it. Heads up in the next pair. 487 dial-ins on both sides for Bill Swain, our points leader. And Jerry Lee. Lane Automotive side. The killer. Both drivers staging carefully. The bottom bulbs light simultaneously. Foul start for Bill. 003 red. Rolls 012 green. 483 Lee. Way under the number. 142 mile per hour. Keep Billy away from sharp objects after that one. Runs the closer number in the 1/8 of a mile. 485 still 12 thou under. But missed a green light by 3 thousandths of a second. And Randy Folk and Chad Branham. Branham, the Illinois racer, one thereof. He'll be on the lane side, the Mellis car. White and blue machine on the lane side, and Randy Falk 486 dial in. Leaving first by 0.06 of a second. Randy's got the better start here by a smidge. He gets the win. He's won over with 3 at a 487 run. Goes 135 mile per hour. To a 007 finish line. 480 with a 5. Chad Branham goes 140 at the 8th mile mark. Scott Hornline. Troy Williams Jr. Hornline, Mr. Gasket Lane. And Troy. Be on the lane side with a 476 dial in. Start Scott Hornline goes red by 12 thousandths of a second. Another double breakout at the stripe. Williams was 004 green, 474 at the finish line. 1 to 5, that's 15 thou under, 147 to speed. 487, 12 thou under with Scott. He went 141. Ty Rankle into Mr. Gasket Lane, taking on Ray Conley, Larry, Ohio. Lane side. Rankle the 508 dial to Mr. Gasket Lane. Leaving first. Ray a little late off the starting line here, but again, Ray gets a rolling one. He gave up 0.03 of a second as Rankle was 004. Conley wins 460, he's dead on 5. 149 mile per hour and a 506.5. After a 500s finish line, Ty Rankle breaking out. Tony Leonard. Leonard Racing. Pretty looking red and silver. Scallop dragster over there into Mr. Gasket Lane. 481. And the Lake Louie Bull Crew. Back on the starting line with Ryan McCann. Fouls out by 1,000th of a second. Leonard 481, 018 dial in. 018 reaction time. Got my numbers mixed up there. 481.7, 143. Runs dead on for the win. Ryan, after a 1,000th red light, goes 502. Breaks out as well, 138. And another Moser car. That's Bobby Johns. Bradenton, Florida. That's a Mullis chassis into Mr. Gasket Lane. 495 dial in. And Mid Michigan Motorplex. Local hero, Steve Micas. Be on the lane side. The Rally Dragster dial 522. Final start, Bobby Johns and Steve. Chalks up another one for the locals, 522. Dead on 9, 131. 494, Bobby Johns. Under on both ends. 004 foul, runs 494, 9 thou under at the stripe. Tim Irwin. Another Moser Engineering car on the lane side. And Jacob Elrod from Harrod, Ohio. 463 dial in. Irwin with a 488. Jacob missed the tree big time. Anytime you have a 91 ride at this level, not good. Tim Irwin, 009. 488, he's dead on 4. 700's finish line's probably a little bit more than we wanted. 462, Jacob Elrod. Missed the tree. Breaks out. That's another 3 striker. Steve Smith. Jeremy McCaig. Chamois, Illinois. Lane side, 482 dial in. We're 0.2 of a second apart in our dials here. As the insurance man's going to dial a 502. Mr. Gasket Lane.
Double start here. Went to Jeremy on 11 green. Gets the win with a 482. That's dead on 8. 139 mile per hour. Steve Smith had a 38 light. He goes 501. He's under by 0.03 of a second. At 135. Troy Coughlin Jr., Gary Williams. All right, Gary on the lane side. Pretty looking paint job. Looks like a painter's palette out there. Sample card from Bear. 467 dial in goes red by a thou. Troy Jr. 411 green. 486.3 at 143 mile per hour for Jegs.com. Moves on to the next round. 463 Gary Williams. Misses it by a thou. Breaks out by 400. Not Gary's night. Still got 3 of them to roll into. Jason Lynch, Jeff Ledford next up. Lynch in the Mr. Gasket lane is going to go with a 486. JL in the orange car this time. 499 dial in on the lane side. .016 to .039 off the mark, favoring Jeff Radford. 499 runs dead on 5, 136 at the stripe. 485 Jason Lynch, he goes 138 after a 39 light. Austin missed the tree a little bit. Todd Rise had a better right, takes him out. 509, 134 mile per hour. Austin was 43 off the mark, even though he went dead on 8. 132 mile per hour. Tad Rise had the better light, got the win by 100th of a second at the 8th mile mark. Troy Williams Jr., Bill Fordyce, Mr. Gasket Lane. Fordyce after the long smoky burnout backs up that pretty orange car to the starting line to take on Troy Williams Jr. 411, 511, 461. They're one bulb apart here in handicap. Great start for both drivers. 003, 008. 512 Williams is one over. 136 for an 18 thousandths margin of victory there. Fordyce, the rookie, goes 463. He's two over. 150 mile per hour. Pretty good drag race. Chad Baddock, Ken Langlois next up. Langlois, Baddock, 4-5 apart in reaction time and a pretty good start. Baddock with the win, 494 is dead on 0. It's a 200 package with a 20 light. 138 mile per hour, 5 thousandths margin of victory there. Kenny was dead on 9 with a 506 run, 136, and he was 16 off the mark in a good race. John LeBoos Jr. And 94. Inaugural 50K winner Jeff Strickland from Alabama here on the lane side. Good match. LeBoos 484 dial in. Mr. Gasket Lane 473 dial in. Strickland 15 years apart in the two wins between the two past 50K Super Pro Challenge winners. Super, that's what you used to call it. Still call it Super Pro Challenge. 10 lights on both sides. Check this out. One light on Johnny LeBoos. That's an even 100th of a second package. 10 light. Dead on zero with a 484 run. One's 132 at the stripe. 475. Strickland's 2 off with a 7. Goes 139. That's a 27 thousandths margin of victory based on their numbers on the racetrack. LeBoos wins the battle. 2 past 50K winners here on day number 1. Chris Butcher. Bill Riddle. 496 dial in for Butcher. Mr. Gasket Lane and Bill Riddle. One of our Fowlerville citizens competing this weekend. 483 dial in on the lane side. Butcher, 496. Riddle is in trouble. He missed the tree. Butcher's 006, runs 498. That's 2 over. Goes 128 mile per hour. Riddle at a 66 light. Not going to get it done. Wasn't part of the plan. 482.7 breaks out by 3 thou. Goes 144. And Buddy Farrell and Kirby McLennan. Carburetor burner, transmission burner out of starting line. 471 for the carb guy. He's the quicker of the two on the lane side. And Buddy Farrell, 491. The Tennessee racer in the 2011 Racecraft chassis car. Double 02. Kirby McLennan. 472 is 1 over, goes 146 for a 008 margin of victory there. 491 for Buddy. He was dead on at a 24 light and got tattooed. Tom Dabber, Sean Parker, next up. All right, silver run stickers for the dragsters. Silver run stickers. Or pretty much anybody has not run third round, bring it back up to the lanes. Silver dragsters and anybody has not run third round, bring them back up to the lanes. Tom Dabber, Sean Parker, 506, 507. Foul start for Sean as he's 17 thousandths on the red side. Dabber's 029, he's 1 under the dial, and a foul that is, 5059, 135.97. Parker dead on 0, 505 at 136 after a 17 thousandths red bulb. Andy Schmall and Mia Tedesco. Cars Protection Plus, Marysville, Pennsylvania. That's Mia's ride. Should be over here on the lane side. Schmall from Minnesota, being in Mr. Gasket Lane. What about a start going to Andy Schmall? Gets the win light. 495's 1 over, 139. Really goes 491, breaks out by 100th, 141. Jeremy McCormick. 493 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Apparently the Pro Charger car is broke. Now he's just using the red car for both entries. Nada? You can't use the same car twice? That's why I threw that out there just to see how you'd respond. Ken Zeller. Lane side, 452 dial in. Smithville, Missouri racer to Mike Ball's chassis. Go to a national event, that could be like a comp eliminator car.
452, one of the quickest cars. In fact, I believe the quickest normal aspirate car, other than that, Justin Mosier. Getting set to go alongside of McCormick. 011 and 018 off the starting line. 493, McCormick's dead on 7 to get the WIN. 136, we're an even 100th of a second margin of victory. Sellers 1 off 0, 453 at 151 at an 18 light. Good run. Not good enough. Bill Press Sr. will be over here on the lane side of the 497 dial in. 2012 King of the Track, Kurt Cheney. Mr. Gasket Lane. And Mike Simon's car over there on the Mr. Gasket side. That's Kurt. Hadn't raced in like 5 years. Jumped into Simon's dragster and put her into the winner's circle. In fact, did it during our King of the Track night. Won the runoff against our Street ET and Pro Bracket winners. And got the National Dragster Challenge Wally. 014, 007 off the mark. Preston's got the better start. And he's got the win. That'd make it an even 100th package there. 497 with a 3. There's 007 green off the start, 137 the speed. 11 thousandths margin of victory. Cheney was dead on 7. He had a 14 light. Not going to get it done in that one. West Main, Mike Brumfield. Brumfield for Indiana. He'll be on the lane side. Another 497 dial in. West Main, the Malibu Wagon's going to go with a 688. Brookfield a little better light, and he's going to get the win. 499, 136 mile per hour. He was 009 in reaction time. Takes a 15,000 finish line. May with a 690s, 2 off. Goes 97 mile per hour with the wagon. Amy Kirchen on the lane side, Fowlerville, Michigan for Todd's Extreme Custom Paint. Her and Richard. 503 dial in. Take on the green dragster from Brookfield, Wisconsin. 479 dial in, that's Mike Normal. Another great start here, 008 light, Amy Kirchen. Red light on for Amy. That's an even 100th of a second there for a package. 503.2, 136. Takes a 14,000th finish line. She was 008. Normal was 020. He goes 479. That's dead on. He goes 141. Another run that was puts together. Pretty good string of numbers and doesn't got anything to show for it. Amy Kirchen to the win. We'll see her back in the next round. Ryan Pinkelman. And past winner here at 07, Bruce Crowell. Mr. Gasket side. Received at Minnesota. 483 dial in. Ryan with a 505 on the lane side. .028 and 032. Dead on 0, Bruce Call. 483, 136, 15 thousandths MOV in that one. Pinkelman's 1 over, 506, 133 the speed. And Howard Schulter. That's the Ellis Manufacturing guy. Giving away that piece of machine shop equipment to the first driver to put a perfect run together here during eliminations during the course of the weekend. And Justin Fordyce, along with his dad Bill, rookie driver, 459 dial on Mr. Gasket Lane. He's got the advantage by a thou. They're both in the 20s here. Schulter's going to get the win. 480s, 1 over, 143. Justin, 458.6, breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second at 151 mile per hour in another very good drag race. All right, Danny Nelson, the Arkansas racer, the brand new chassis from his shop, 2012 racecraft car. It's a vehicle of his own design and construction. Dials a 450 here in the Mr. Gasket Lane. AJ Kasenka, that's a diamond car from Ohio, dials 482. AJ's away in the balloon car, gives chase, but it's a little late off the mark. 484. 2 over the 142. It's a 008 finish line, wind light on for Kasenka. Nelson and a 50 light, runs 450 with a 2. He's dead on. Gave up a little bit too much back here at the tree. 151 mile per hour. Chris Wallen, another Ohio racer for A&H Collision. Dials a 524, Ricky Atkins. Bulldog over there in the Mr. Gasket Lane, dial 496. Again, silver dragsters, you've been called to the staging lanes. Silver run tags need to be in the staging lanes, and for that matter, anybody who has not competed in this round need to bring them back up. Well, anybody who was still in anyway, don't get any ideas. Another great play right here, Wallen with a better start. 4th hour off and a perfect right, gets the win. 524 dead on 6. That's a 100th of a second package there. 132 mile per hour, Ricky breaks out by a thou after a 16 light, goes 495. He had 135. Right, Rod Schaefer, Todd Baddock, next pair, and there heads up. Both out 489. Schaefer in the yellow car. Mr. Gasket Lane, Baddock will be on the lane side. Baddock was 13 off the mark, runs 489, 731 mile per hour, the 16 thousandths, 10 thousandths that is. That's 0016 for those of you who don't know math. Rob Schaefer, 489, 0. 138 mile per hour for the loss in that one. Another good drag race. Lots of good runs being put together. Some great side-by-side racing. Brian Falk and J.P. Schuster next up. Falk on the lane side, Durant, Illinois with a 480 dial in. And J.P. Schuster, Mr. Gasket side, 509 dial in for the Ohio runner. 6th hour apart here off the mark. Falk and Schuster, wind light on for Brian, 480 with a 4, he's dead on. Goes 140 mile per hour for a 24 thousandths finish line there. 512 for Schuster, goes 124. Even though he had the better light by 6 thousandths of a second. He done for today. Needs to get in one of those gamblers races coming up. We'll be calling you after the 3rd round. Mark Kelly, Dwayne Blair. Ball, the Kentucky racer with a better light by 7 thousandths gets the win. 1 over with a 499, 3 at 135. Mark Kelly breaks out by 2 thou, 483 at 143. Again, final call for round number 3. If you're still in and you have not ran yet, round number 3, we need you in the staging lanes to put this round in the books. Steve McCrory.
Right, Steve Taylor over to Mr. Gasket. Side to the 494 dial in. Comes up with a better light by 11 foul. He was 004 off the mark. But Stephen McCrory is going to get the win. 509, 128 mile per hour in that pair. 497 for Taylor. He's 3 over at 124. Misses the number on the 8th mile. Don Kasenka, Brian Lampton up next. Got about 15 minutes left on the Sunoco Racing Fuel Station. Mid Michigan Motorplex Trackside Apparel Building. 15 minutes left on fuel and souvenirs. You got about 45 minutes left on the concession stand. Food and drinks and ice. About 45 minutes left on the concession stand. Lampton, Kasenka up next. 479 for Don. Brian Lampton, 498 on the lane side. .019, 062, Lampton with a better start, gets the win light. 499's 1 over, goes 137 mile per hour. Kasenka missed the tree with a 60 light, runs 18 thou under. 477, 143. Gary Fleener and Jeff Hura come up next. One light start, Jeff Hura. 17th thou under green light. Fleener, 001 green, 480 with a 3, goes 144. And Hura fouls out and then breaks out by 11th thou with a 482 run on the 84 dial, and he goes 143. Chris Sullivan, Auto Body MD from Illinois. He'll be in the Mr. Gasket lane. Kelly Smith. Lane side, 522 dial in. Sullivan is going to go with a 480. On the deck and a lot of popping out of Herman. Sullivan had a better light. Kelly's going to get the win. 522 with a 9. 132 mile per hour. That's a 56 10,000ths margin of victory there. Sullivan 482 is 2 off, 141. Even though he had a better light by 8 thousandths of a second. Kelly Smith, one of our regulars here at the Plex, moves on. Josh Cryer and Mike Bloomfield. They'll be our next pair. 488 dial in for Josh in the Mr. Gasket lane. Bloomfield, lane side with a 470 dial. Another 004 reaction time. This time for Cryer, he had a better light. He goes dead on 2. It's a 6 thousandths package and a 75 10 thousandths margin of victory in another great drag race. Bloomfield, 470. He is dead on 0. Had a 13 light. And again, comes up empty-handed. 145 mile per hour the speed. And Ty Rankle. Dennis Lund will be in our next pair. Lund to Mr. Gasket lane, 507 dial in. Or Lund, rather, with a 487 dial in. Rankle's got the 507. They're 0.2 of a second apart. There are 30 lights here. 509, 2 over for Ty. 134 mile per hour. Takes a 2 thousandths margin of victory there. Run was 2 over also at 489.3. 137. Rankle at 3 thousandths better light. Put together the overall better numbers. He'll get his win ticket punched to the next round. John Parks and Gianni Pizzo Armando's Pizza car from Canada. Parks at the wheel now. Mr. Gasket side with a 489 dial-in. Jason Rich out of Tennessee with a 474 dial-in on the lane side. John's going to get the win here as Rich turns on the red ball by 14 thousandths and breaks out by 11 thou. One over Parks, 490 on the 89 dial-in with a 013 light. Goes 140 mile per hour at the stripe. And Nick Folk and John LeBouse. Another good matchup. Rolling through the water box. Folks on the lane side. Durant, Illinois, down 479. And John LeBouse. Going to go with a 488 dial in from the Mr. Gasket lane. Tennessee runner. '2009 champion here at the 50K race. Another great start. O's and teens off the mark. Falk with a better right and the win. 480 at 139. Takes out John Jr. 490. Two off. 129 mile per hour. Falk was 006. The John's 016. Jesse Leonard. Leonard Racing dragster on the lane side of the 483 dial-in. Getting the opportunity to lead first by a nickel against Mia Tedesco, 478 from the Mr. Gasket lane. And the sun has come out. High in the northwestern sky, and the drivers are looking right at it. Fast start here. Jesse Leonard turns it red by 3 thousandths of a second. Mia was actually 5 thousandths under her green light, but gets the win with a 479 run at 144 as Jesse turned the red bulb on before she had left the starting line. He runs dead on zero. And he was 3 thou away on the wrong side from being able to pick up the Ellis manufacturing machine. Darn it. Hey, we got gamblers races later. We're past the buyback stage, unfortunately. Jason McKay, Baldwin, Missouri. And Lane Dickin, another past champion here. 487 dial in for Lane. On the lane side, Jason with a 477. 030, 003. Same digits, different order. Lane Dickin had the better start, runs 489. He's 2 off, 136 to get the win. 18 thousandths margin of victory there. 478, 1 over. 139 mile per hour for Jason. And Corey Griffith. And Bill Smith will be next up. 498, 488, the dial-ins. Corey will be on the lane side. And Bill Smith, Mr. Gasket lane. Corey Griffith, much better start by a nickel. Bill missed the train. That does him in. 491 for Corey. 134 mile an hour. 498. BS was dead on at 137. The 60 light, not going to get it done. Karsten Bloom and Travis Colangelo. Colangelo and Bloom, two North Central Ohio racers. Travis in the Mr. Gasket lane. Karsten will be on the lane side. The KB carburetor fella. Karsten misses the tree. Trav with a much better light and gets the win. 469.2 goes 142 mile per hour. Bloom 530 with a 6.
4 thousandths of a second and only 125 mile per hour at the finish line.
All right, Will Crawford back up here in his dragster. 486 dial in. He'll be racing from the lane side of the racetrack. And Jeff Burns with a blown car in the Mr. Gasket lane from Mount Joliet, Tennessee. 448 dial in for one of the quickest cars on the grounds here today. Red light start. Jeff Burns turns it red by 13 thousandths of a second. Crawford was 0.22. Green goes dead. Run 142 mile per hour. Burns follows out and then breaks out. Runs 445 on the 48 dial end. Dean Carnes, Jeff Ludford. Disco Dean with another blown car up here, just like Burns we saw a moment ago, the great big supercharger up there, 458 dial in. And Jeff Ludford back up with the Warrior car, down 488 on the lane side. No travels off the mark with Paul 10 lights. Jeff with a better, or actually Dean with a better start, he's going to get the win. 410 light, 459, 153. Jeff Ludford breaks out, 487 with an 8, and 140. All right, attention to the pits. We need door cars. We need door cars back to the staging lane for round number 4 of competition. All door cars, all cars, back to the staging lanes for round number 4. Sean Parker and Bill Riddle up next. 553 Mr. Gasket side for Parker on the door car this time. Over on the Mr. Gasket side. And Bill Riddle on the lane side, down 484. Sean's going to get the win here. Riddle goes red by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. And then runs dead on 1. 556 for Parker. Car went 548 earlier with Mark at the wheel. Picked up a bunch. Now slows back down to a 556 at 126. Ford Jr. gets to exercise a bar run here. Fairfield, Ohio racer to Mr. Gasket side. And Bloomfield, I don't know how to describe it, but if it were up to me, he'd be a candidate for like best appearing car. The thing almost looks like it's music script, the way the graphics and designs are across the side of it, but it's multicolored. Kind of like a crimson orange and gold and green and silver and red, fade into black. There's some blue up there, monostrut wing, colored matched. Kind of reminds me of something if it was like Timothy Leary's birthday and you typed in like Google. They come up with the different graphics and all that. I guess you had to be there. Bloomfield, 487 on the 55 dial in. He was 025 off the mark. And for those of you listening at home on the World Wide Web, nice bright sunshine here finally. Not really the ideal time of day with the track pointing west, but clouds have kind of moved off to the south, southeast. And I believe we're clear sailing here weather-wise. All right, first player, door cars to get things going here, round number 4. And we got a dragster to Vega on the starting line of Andy Schmall and Stephanie Beyer starting things off. 554 dial in for Steph. On the lane side of the 27 Roadster, Andy with the 71 Vega from Minnesota dialed at 651, almost a second apart in handicap. Thirteen thousandths apart in reaction time. Andy Schmall with the advantage. Andy breaks out. 554 is dead on. Goes 125. Stephanie moves on to round number 5. Andy Schmall, 650 with a 6. Under by 4 foul. At 102 mile per hour. Here's Eric Johnson. Don Vincisi. 84 Firebird from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Start. Eric Johnson, Don Vincisi, Shismosa Suisambate, 005 reaction time, 5:11, 137 mile per hour for the French Canadian driver, 6:13, 111 mile per hour for Eric Johnson after the 6,000th foul. Mark Talmadge, Tim Hygis, and the 95 Beretta on the 548 dial in, lane out of motor side. Talmadge 609 dial in on the 75 Vega from New York. Oh, 27 reaction time for Talmadge. Got the better start. He's Sue Hunt over for the win. 612 and 110. That's safe. 554. Hygis misses a number by 600 to the Beretta. Jeff Melnick in the 2002 Dodge Avenger. And Alan Hodder, the 88 Camaro from Bay City, Michigan. On the lane side, down 660. Melnick with a 538 dial in with a Dodge. Double breakout win. Malik was 013 on the tree. Hodder was 034. 529 gets it done. 130 mile per hour for Malik. Allen goes 659.7. Both of them 3,000 under. A little better right for Malik. Had the advantage in reaction time. Got the starting line advantage. Got the win. Wes May in the 82 Buick. In the City of Speed, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Ed Hall. Eddie is over on the lane side of the 76 Vega, 624 dial in. Oh, 16, 023, West Main. And Eddie Hall, 7 foul apart. Ed's going to get the win. 625's one over. That's a 21 10,000ths MOV. 109 mile per hour. West May goes 698.9 at 95 mile per hour. And Kenny Underwood and Scotty Vanek come up next. Mustang versus Camaro. Again, all cars, all dragsters. Should be up in 5 and 6. Round number 4 competition taking place right now. $10,000 to win, main event. Got lots of gamblers races coming up later. Double 05, 046, 400ths of a second advantage here on the Baddock. One light on Underwood, one over the 608 run, goes 112. Scotty at 7037 goes 95 mile per hour. And Chris Butcher and Gary May. 691 dial in, and Butcher with a 682, 900ths of a second apart. And their dial ins here. Both drivers full stage, the truck and the wagon off the starting line. 4,000ths of a second apart here, both in the teens again. Double breakout win. 6th thou under right side, 9th thou under left side, win light on Butcher. 681 with a 4, 99 mile per hour, 690 Gary May. He goes 97 mile an hour. And a dragster and a door car. First pair like that in the rounds, Andrew DiPiazza. 97 Camaro from the Windy City. And Nick Farrell, Durand, Illinois. At the wheel of the Huntsville engine dragster, Todd Bones Ewing. Special thanks to Todd and the Huntsville engine crew, sponsoring the 50K race now for a number of years. Bones unable to attend with us, from what I understand. He's up at the NHR National event in Seattle this weekend. And from what I understand, they've renewed again for next year for the 20th annual edition. What will be the $50,000 World Super Pro Challenge 2013. We'll worry about that next year. Nick Falk and DiPiazza are on the starting line right now. And attention to the pits. If you have not run round number 4, we need you in the staging lanes right now. 002, 009, great start. Falk with the wind, 472 with a 4. He goes 144 mile per hour. DiPiazza's Camaro went 546. He's 3 off at 123. Right, attention to the pits. Jeff Burns. Jeff Burns, you are needed in the office. Bottom of the tower, pit side. Jeff Burns to the office. Just like in high school. Somebody pulled the fire alarm. Ty Rankle. Steve McCrary. Steven on the lane side, 530 dial in. Ty's going to go into 509. Final start, Steve McCrary goes red by 4,000ths of a second. Ty's 34 off the mark, runs 510 at 134. 529 for Steven, 128. And Randy Shearer. Troy Williams come up next. .478, .476 the dial earns. Troy Williams, 200s quicker than 2. Randy Jr., Troy Jr. 2 second-generation racers. Mixing it up here, round number 4, Thursday's $10,000. Opening night, World Super Pro Challenge. On the deck and then away, better start here. Going to TW. 476, he's dead on 7. 144 mile per hour for a 6,000ths margin of victory. Randy Shearer, 478, he's dead on 6. 020 to 013. Troy Williams, 7,000ths, whole shot. Got the better start.
got the job done at the stripe. Jeremy McCormick, Fountain, Michigan sawmill owner, and Todd Rise, Canal Fountain, Ohio. 509 dial in on the lane side. Jeremy with a 493 dial in. .510, 134 mile per hour for a 005 finish line. 493 for McCormick at 139. So Tad moves on. And we got 15 minutes left on the concession stand. 15 minutes left on food, drinks, and ice. 8:30, you're closing the window down there. Again, if you have not made it up the lanes yet for round number 4, you're still in. You need to be up here. Chad Baddock, 494 dial in, Mr. Gasket Lane for the Tecumseh, Michigan racer. And Bill Press Sr. 497 dial in, they're 300ths of a second apart. Bill getting the lead first. Red light start by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Chad Baddock and Bill Press, 1 over the 498 run, goes 139 at the stripe after an 019 late. Baddock's 495, 1 over 0. He goes 139 as well. Greg Samuel, Jerry Lee, they'll be our next pair. 900ths of a second difference into dial-ins here. Little battle start of 2 other conservative lights here late in the afternoon. Early evening, Jerry Lee's going to get the win. 485, 1 over at 142. Takes a 7,000ths margin of victory in another good race. Greg Samuel, 474 for the Florida racer. He's 1 off at 140. Both of them 1 over 3. Jerry Lee had a better light by 7,000ths of a second. That was his margin of victory there. Josh Crayer and that Ray Conley come up. Ray's on the lane side, Leary, Ohio. And the Illinois racer, Josh Crayer, 488 dial-in. Ray's the quicker of the two. He's going to go with a 460 over here on the lane side. Win light on here with a dead-on 0 run, Josh Crayer. He was 028 off the mark, goes 488.0. Right on the number. 145 mile per hour. Ray Conley, 462 is 2 over with a 1. He goes 148. And Randy Folk. And Jeremy McKeag. 482 dial in, lane side. 486 for Randy Folk. All right, we had 1 more entry left in the Dragster Gamblers, and we had Dark Gamblers is full. We had 1 entry left for the Dragster only Gamblers, and the Mystery Gamblers we had 8 openings left in the 16-car field. Biggest money's on the line there. You better be confident in your car. No data given away after time runs. Keg breaks out on that run. 6th thou under the 481 pass. Randy Folk was 026, 1 off with a 7. 487 at 135. Tony Leonard and Jeff Ledford. Leonard and Mr. Gasket Lane, 482 dial in. One of a flock of Minnesota racers here this weekend. And Jeff Ledford, 499 dial in on the lane side.
Leonard, Ledford. Win light on for the Minnesota racer. Tony Leonard, 483, 1 over, 138 mile per hour, takes a 3/1000ths margin of victory against JL. 5 seconds flat for Jeff, he goes 135. They were 21 and 26 off the starting line. Think I can get one of our Minnesota racers to bring me a Bismarck in the morning? I might be able to talk him into that. Cheese curds. Maybe bring me a Paul Bunyan book. That's getting carried away. Andy Schmall, another Minnesota racer, into Mr. Gasket Lane. And Tim Owen, Portland, Indiana, with the Mosier car. He'll be on the lane side. Andy with 495 dial-ins getting a chance to lead first. Owen's got the better light by 9/1000ths. Whips the throttle a couple of times, but the wind light's going to come on for Schmall. 496. 136 mile per hour. 19,000ths finish line there for Andy. Tim Irwin, 492. He's 4 off. At 142 mile per hour. There's another Minnesota racer. It's a past champion here back in 07. Bruce Carl. 2011 Racecraft chassis. Mr. Gasket side of the 481 dial-in. Kirby McClennan's the quicker of the two. Temperance, Michigan. Lane Automotive side of the 472 dial-in. 900ths of a second apart. Bruce gets the lead first. Thousandths apart in reaction time. Carl with a better start. McClellan with the win. 472 is dead on 8. 147 miles per hour. Bruce had the better start. 012, 016 breaks out by a thou. 480 with a 9. At 140 mile per hour. Dwayne Blair. 499 dial in to Mr. Gasket Lane for the Kentucky racer. And Amy Kirchen out of Fowlerville. Todd's Extreme Custom Paint. Be giving away discount on a paint job or some helmet work. That'll be our giveaway, I believe, during the 50K day here in a couple of days on Saturday. Amy with that Todd's Extreme Custom Paint car with the cool-looking graphics. And she is off the mark. Amy doing a great job on the starting lines. Got the advantage, got the win. Dead on 3. 503 with a 3. 004 in reaction time. 501. Dwayne's 2 off. 130 mile per hour. He was 011 off the starting line. Amy caught him on the jaw that one in that pair. Blake Bloomfield Jr., Mr. Gasket's side. 459 dial-in for the Ohio racer. And veteran Steve Mikas, local favorite. Making his annual appearance here for the 50K. Been busy cleaning house here the last couple of seasons on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Already been in the winner's circle a couple of times this year. Jag Sports Nationals down in Louisiana on that Route 66 Raceway in Chicago. Now a foul apart in reaction time. Bloomfield's got the finish line. 459.4 gets the win there at 145 mile per hour. That's a 21 10,000ths margin of victory. 200,000ths of a second. 523 for Steve. He was dead on with a 10 light. But Bloomfield a little better on the small digit. Got the win with the quicker car. Final call again for anyone who has not run round number 4. We need you in the staging lanes as we're getting things wound down here. Tom Dauber, Mr. Gasket side. And Ron LeKeys, another one of our regulars here at the Motorplex. Number 2 in our Super Pro points chase last year. Gets off the starting line with a little better light. LeKeys and Dauber at the stripe. Ron's going to get the win. 530 with an 8. That's dead on, 128 mile per hour. That's a 100th of a second package there, margin of victory. At 507 for Dauber's 1 off. He goes 132 at the finish line. Good matchup here between 2 touring bracket racers. Brian Folk, lane side. Charlie Coughlin Jr., TJ, in the Mr. Gasket lane for Jegs.com. Coughlin Brothers Racing, 487 dial-in. And the Folk team over here on the lane side, dial 480.
No 14. Great race shaping up. Double breakout win, Brian Falk. 478 with a 943 mile per hour. That's 11 thousandths under the dial. Troy a little further. He's 15 thou under. 485.5 at 141. John Parks and Brian Lambton. Parks in the Armando's Pizza car. Johnny Pizzo. 489 dial in. Lambton leaving first by a tenth, and they are both double O's off the tree. John Parks in the run. 489, 139 the speed. That is a 0.002 10 thousandths margin of victory there. Lambton comes up with a 9 thousandths package, and he gets bulldogged here in round number 4. Parks dead on 3. 9 thousandths package between the two drivers. Mia Tedesco. Troy Williams Jr. come up. Troy's on the lane side, 511 dial in. And Mia's over to Mr. Gasket lane this time. She's going to go with a 478 for the Cars Protection Plus crew. That's the blue car. The maroon machines are other entry. Williams with 2 entries here as well, and I believe he's still in with the other car. Now with this one, he goes red by 57 thousandths of a second. Mia's on 11 green. She goes 2 thou under with a nice win, though. 477.8, 144. That's right there. 512, Troy Williams Jr. is one over, goes 135 mile per hour. How about Chris Butcher? And Howard Schulter. The Ellis Manufacturing car. Giving away that piece of machine shop equipment for their first driver to go and make a perfect run during eliminations this weekend. And Chris Butcher to Mr. Gasket side. Owensville, Kentucky, 496 dial in for that pretty dragster. For Howard Shelter gets the win here. He was 0-12 off the starting line. Runs 143 mile per hour, 496. With an 8, 132 for Chris Butcher. That was an 11 thousandths finish line there. And Dean Carnes of the Brown car comes up with a 459 dial in. AJ Kasenko will be leaving first from the lane side with 483 dial in. All right, the door car and the dragster only gamblers are full. We have 7 spots left in the mystery gamblers race. Now I want to be clear after this pair. 009, 018, Kasenko and Carnes. Dean's dead on. That's 100th of a second package coupled with that 009 light. He runs 459, 153 mile per hour. Kasenko, 482 with a 4. 6 thou under his dial after an 18 light for the loss. Lane Dickin, Travis Colangelo up next. I want to be clear again, in that mystery gamblers, there will be one time trial. You will get your data for that run, your reaction time, so you have some delay box information and a number to draw from for your dial-in. So you will get a time trial. You will get your data from that pass. Once elimination starts, during round number 1 and beyond to the final, the 16 cars, 4 rounds of eliminations, the only thing you're going to get is a win light. Be no ET slips, no data. I'm assuming I'm not allowed to announce any of that. What am I supposed to talk about? I'll come up with something. 016, 041, Colangelo with a better tree. He runs dead on 1, 466, 146 mile per hour. And a 488, Dickens dead on 2, goes 132, but missed it with a 41 late. Chris Wallen. And Gary Fleener, 2 Buckeyes on the starting line. 480 dial in, Mr. Gasket side. Fleener, the quicker of the 2. Wallen is going to go with a 524. And again, in that mystery gambler, you will get your data through one time trial for both the box setting and your ET. Once elimination starts, that's it. There'll be no ETs. There'll be no reaction times announced. There will be no ET slips handed out other than you're going to get a thumbs up or a thumbs down, a win light. That's it. Fun, fun, fun. Who wouldn't want to try that? If you're a confident driver, you're confident in your car, it pays the most money. Where's your man Stones? Bring them up here. 7 entries left. Mystery Gamblers Race. Double to the right. Chris Lyons got the better start. 5:26, 2 over, 126 mile an hour for the win. Fleener breaks out by a foul, 479.9, 141. Corey Griffith. Mike Broomfield on the lane side of the 498 dial-in with a Mink Motorsports car from Indiana. Again, Mystery Gamblers Race. Got a few entries left. I need some entrants into the Mystery Gamblers Race. Mike Broomfield, Corey Griffith, they'd be interested, but they're still in the main event. 489, 498, follow start, Mike Broomfield. 13 thousandths red light on the lane side. Wind light on Mr. Gasket's scoreboard, 487. 141 mile per hour, 497 Broomfield. Little under back here, a little under down there. 139 mile per hour for Mike. Will Crawford, Todd Baddock come up in the next pair. 486, 489, the dial-ins here. Crawford the quicker of the two, Mr. Gasket's side. These two drivers have been in the winner's circle right here at the Plex already during the 2012 season. Will back during the month of May. Baddock, 4th of July weekend. Green lights appear on Baddock. 004 off the mark, 8th mile, 490 on the 89. Gets the win, 139 mile per hour for the black car. Crawford, 485, breaking out by 5 thou, goes 142 after an 018 reaction time. Sean Parker and Nick Folk, Mr. Gasket side. Parker crew, along with Mark Dauberstein with this Dodge. 556 dial-in, big block Chevrolet. Rat motor under the hood. Nick Folk, 477 dial-in. The Illinois racer on the lane side. All right, attention reports as Parker and Folk get set to go. We need all door cars still in the main event. Round number 5, eliminations. All cars, all door cars. Round number 5, bring them back up to the lanes. Parker, Folk, staged and ready to go. Sean's away to foul start for Nick Folk. Tell me if you've heard this before by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Parker, 553. The Demon's a little all over the place here. 126 mile per hour. Stepped up to a 548 earlier, down to a 56, back up to a 53. But Sean's going to get a win ticket when he makes the swing down there and goes back to the ET shack. Folk out by 1/1000th of a second. Kelly Smith, Steve McCray, foul start. Kelly Smith this time. Kelly turns it red by 25 foul. McCurry, 503, big-time breakout for this late in eliminations. On the 08 dial-in goes 137. Kelly was dead on 6. Holman did his job, 132 mile per hour. And Bug McCarty with that 67 Camaro. He's a Hearst, Georgia runner. 607 dial-in. And Tennessee racer John LeBooze, 2009 champion to the 50K, 482 dial-in lane side. Final part of the round. Round number 4. And again, door cars for round number 5 have been called back to the staging lanes. 008, 014, and at the 8th mile, 482 the boost. 66 10,000ths margin of victory there. 482 on the 82 dial in goes 142 mile per hour. McCarty 607 with a 2. He's dead on 2 as well, goes 111.
All right, Jason Lynch, attention to player. Jason Lynch, we need you down in the office. Jason Lynch, go down and see Mary Jo in the office. Stephanie Bell, Mark Talmadge, going to get us started here in the 5th round. Talmadge in Mr. Gaskin Lane, Rochester, New York, net 75, Vega, down 609. He's going to get the opportunity to lead first here. Stephanie Biles, dial 554 on that 27T on the Lane Automotive side. All right, the sun no longer a factor here. Both drivers in, Sutton ready and away. Another wheels in the air launch, and that's a good one for Mark Talmadge. 00 lights a pair. Talmadge gets it done. He was 007, James Bond Green. We said that before. He's 609, dead on 6. 13,000ths package. 112 mile per hour. Takes an 18 10,000ths MOV. Stephanie Byer was 005, 554.9. She's dead on. That's a 14 thou package. And she gets mopped up here in round number 5. Unbelievable. Ed Hall, 76 Vega, Vicksburg, Michigan. 624 dial in the Canadian. Don Vicisi. And Don may be in trouble here. He has a 30 right. Ed Hall, 006. Vega gets it done with a 624 run. That's an even 100th of a second package. 624 with a 4, 006 light, 108 mile per hour when you do the math. Vicisi, 300ths of a second over after a 34 light. And the Firebird is done. And Jeff Malik Jr., the 02 Avenger, comes up to the starting line to take on Kenny Underwood. 67 Camaro, the road construction beeper. Lets everybody know he's backing up. 608 dial-ins on the lane side, the Tampa, Florida racer. 529 Malik. And they're off and running. Fast start, Jeff Malik. Who's led by 5,000ths of a second. Underwood, 608. Runs 609, 112 mile an hour. And Malik, 541, at 128. After the 5,000ths red light. Kenny Underwood, 609, 112, after a 14 light. Momentary delay there as we get our first dragster of the round. In, set, and ready, and back up here in the water box. They come around the corner under the tower and into the water. And Chris Butcher will match up with Stephen McCrory. Butcher into Mr. Gasket Lane with 682 dial in for the Kentucky-based Chevrolet S10. And McCrory from Georgia on the lane side. Oh, 14, oh, 15. 682 at 503 dial-ins. One light's going to come on for Butcher. One over at 683, 94 mile per hour for an 11,000ths finish line. 505 McCrory is 2 over, goes 134. John Parks, the Armando's Pizza Car from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And Tad Rise, the Ohio racer on the lane side. Down 5:09 on the lane side. All right, FYI to everybody in the pits. Everything is full. All of our gamblers are complete. We got 4 fields in each. Thank you to all of our racers. Double 019 in this pair. Parks is almost perfect. Todd's going to get the win there at 5:09. 134 mile per hour. 491 John Parks after a 002 reaction time. Andy Schmall and Troy Williams Jr. Double 03 light, Andy Schmall is going to get the win. 495 dead on 7. That's a 100,000 package. 135 mile per hour. 474 Troy Williams. And 142 breaking out. Trying to run him down, but he missed the tree with a 52 light. And Mia Tedesco comes up alongside of Bill Prast. 2 drivers from the Keystone State. For those of you that weren't geography majors, that's Pennsylvania, you know. I know that because I frequent Pennsylvania on a yearly basis. It says it right on the license plate, the Keystone State. Final start. Neil Terresto, Bill Press, 004. 008, 497. Will 3 goes 139. Mia with a 479 at 144. You pretty much know all you need to know about the state by right what it says on the license plate. And Tony Leonard from the land of 10,000 lakes, Hastings, Minnesota. And Johnny Lee from right here in the Great Lakes State. Mile in Michigan. Be on the lane side of the 484 dial and 200ths of a second apart with Leonard here on the Mr. Gasket side. Double 08 lights a pair, Fairborn Tony Leonard. 4 thousandths of a second advantage. Gets the win. 482 is dead on 5. 141. 007 finish line. Joey Lee was dead on with a 9. He was 008 for a 17th foul package. And he wins 142. Final call again for round number 5. If you're still in, you need to be up here. Because we're about darn near done. We're getting close to it. Definitely in the second half of things here in the 5th round. So we're deep into the dragster field with Ty Rankle and Kirby McClellan coming up next. All right, guy down there about 1,000 foot on front. We need you back behind. There we go. 022 and 025, 3 thousandths of a second apart. Reaction time. 473 for McClellan's 1 over with a 2. 141 mile per hour for a 25 10,000ths win light there. 510 for Rankle's 1 over. He goes 135 mile per hour. Randy Falk in the next pair alongside of Howard Schulter. Roneal, Wisconsin, the Ellis manufacturing entry. Again, giving away that cool piece of machine equipment for the first driver during eliminations to make a perfect run. Randy Falk, Braden, says Michigan, throws me off. Braden, Florida, 011 right. He's got the better start. Schulter's in trouble. Falk gets the win. 487, 135 mile an hour in that one.
Schulter's run over, goes 480 to 143 after a 44 reaction time. Missed it there. Mike Bloomfield Jr. And Brian Folk will be on the lane side. 480 dial in. Brian over here on the lane side, and Bloomfield's going to go with a 459 dial in. Being a Mr. Gasket lane. And 24 off the mark. Bloomfield 459, 144 mile per hour for the win, doing a little pedal job there at the stripe. Boom, 3 thou under the 479 pass, goes 137. All right, here's Disco again. Bone car over there in the Mr. Gasket lane, 458 dial in. To take on one of our regulars here at the Plex, Amy Kirchin. Kirchin Motorsports team, Hearn Richard, 502 dial in. Husband and wife team from Fowlerville, Michigan, lane side. Hanging tough here in the later rounds. Fast start for Amy. This is a throw by 4 thousandths of a second. Carnes is 830 green, goes 456 with an 8 at 154. Amy was dead on 2, 502, 136. Turned on the red ball by 4 thousandths of a second. Josh Cryer, Todd Baddick. Josh with a 488 dial in. Todd's going to go with a 489. They're 100th apart. Great start. Baddick almost perfect. Gets the win. 001 reaction time. 490. 138. Josh Cryer breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. He was 27 green. And runs 144 mile per hour. Griffith Motorsports car. Driver Corey Griffith in the Mr. Gasket lane. 487 dial-ins, the quicker of this pair. To take on another one of our Mid Michigan racers, Ron LeCaze at Bellevue. Ron's on the lane side of the all-blue car. Dialed 530. He'll be racing for the lane side. Round number 5. $10,000. Main event Thursday. Little purge of the nitrous oxide as Corey gets ready to roll in and light his second pair of bulbs. The keys staging very carefully. Ron trying to find that second set of bulbs there. He's in. There's Griffith. Corey with a little better light. Ron LeCaze for the run as again he goes dead on with a 530 run, 128 mile per hour. That's a 4 thousandths finish line. Win to Ron LeCaze to move on to the next round. Corey Griffith 2 off, 489.5, goes to 127. Had a 20 light, he was a little better there. And only 127 mile per hour. May have given up the finish line. John LeBost Jr., Mr. Gasket lane. And Travis Colangelo, 465 dial in on the lane side. John's going to go with a 482 from the Mr. Gasket lane, 2009 main event winner of the 50K. Johnny flickers the bottom bulb. He's in solid and he's off the mark with 4 thousandths advantage in reaction time. And he's got a win in the 8th mile. 484 with a 7 goes 146. 469 for Travis. 4 off the number after a 23 light goes 147 on that run. Sean Parker back up. The Parker Racing door car sharing driving duties with Mark Dauberstein. and Chris Wallen. One of the Ohio racers, down 5:24, 3/10 of a second apart between the dragster and the door car in this one. Wallen on the lane side, the A&H car. Little bit right here going to Buckeye and the dragster. Wallen gets the win. 5:26 is 2 off. 1:27 for 15 thousandths finish line. Parker 1 off. 5:55 and 1:23.40. By run of the round. To conclude round number 5 of eliminations. And it's Nick Folk. Todd Ewing's Huntsville Engine Dragster. Our sponsor of the World Super Pro Challenge. Loaning this car to the Folk family after a devastating highway accident. Destroyed a bunch of their race cars and their trailers. Glad to have them back out here racing with us after a setback like that. Ewing kindly loaned them his race car. Todd competing this weekend up at Seattle at the Powerade National Event, or what is it now? Full Throttle National Event up in Seattle. 470 dial in for Nick on a single run here. 013 green. 469, he's 9th thou under that 70 dial in, goes 147 mile per hour. So Nick moves on. Gets to exercise his by run. Eddie Hall. Veteran bracket racer, Vicksburg, Michigan. Kenny Underwood puts the Camaro on the deck in the water box. Tampa, Florida, he's on the lane side. The 609 dial in, a 10th and a half quicker than Ed is going to get to leave first from the Mr. Gasket side with the Black Vega. Kenny flickered the ball a half a dozen times for a solid. He's ready. And away, wheels in the air, launch, and a little better reaction time. Going to Kenny Underwood. Gets the win with a dead-on 9 run. 609, 110 mile per hour. That's a 100,000s package there. 625, 109 mile per hour for Ed Hall after a 40 right. He was 1 over. And Chris Butcher. Mark Talmadge. Mr. Gasket side, Butcher. Kentucky-based Chevrolet truck for Scotty Richardson Drag Racing School. Then Talmadge from Rochester, New York, with 75 Vega over here on the lane side. 609, 682. Truck will be leaving first. Another great launch here for Talmadge, and a great reaction time for both drivers. 005, 010. One light on for Talmadge, 610. 1 over the 7, 109 mile per hour. That's a 13,000s finish line in that pair. Butcher 2 over, 684. And 97 mile per hour. Andy Schmall and Tad Rise. Lane side, Tad with a 509 dial in. Andy with a 495. Being the Mr. Gasket lane. First all dragster pair of the round. With Rise and Small going at it. Round number 6 of competition. We'll get through our quarters. We'll get our time trials underway for our gamblers races. Schmall with a better start here. He's 007. He's holding 3. Gets the win. 497's 2 over. With a 0, 135. 16 thousandths margin of victory there. Tad Rise was 038 off the mark. He goes 509. That's dead on with a 5 at 134. And Tony Leonard. Chris Wallen come up next.
Leonard into Mr. Gasket lane to the 481 dial in. Wallen. 524 on the lane side. Wallen bumping in very carefully over here on the lane side. Last to stage. A few flickers of the bottom bulb. He's ready. And off the mark with a double run. Leonard turns it red by 4 foul. 524, dead on 9. That's a 100th of a second package there. 132 mile an hour the speed. 481.6. Leonard was dead on. He was 4 thousandths on the red side. And Randy Falk and Kirby McLennan come up next. 486 dial in for Falk in the Mr. Gasket lane. Kirby be on the lane side. 10th and a half apart here. 471 dial in. Falk's 86 is going to be leaving first. 5 thousandths of a second advantage going to Randy Falk. The wind light comes on for Kirby. Dead on through with a 471 run. 148 mile per hour. 485 under by 2 foul. Randy Falk at 137. Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bill Press Sr. It's actually one of the few times I think I've ever seen on a tech card that, like, the dad actually put senior on there. It's like he's proud of it. That's a cool thing. Pressed on the lane side, 497 dial in. Bloomfield Jr. is the quicker of the two by almost a full 4/10 of a second. 458 from the Mr. Gasket lane. Oh, trouble there for Bill Prest. He had a decent light, but the car just did not accelerate. Just kind of lunged off the starting line. Had a 145 short time, and that is not good for a 490 car. 481, Bloomfield. Had him covered before they even got a couple hundred feet down the racetrack. And he only goes 112 mile per hour. Probably coasting across the stripe. John LeBouf Jr., Disco Dean Carnes come up next. Carnes with the blown car with the zoomy headers over there. 457 dial in to Mr. Gasket lane. And John LeBouf on the lane side of the 482 dial in. Start, John LeBouf goes red by 12 thousandths of a second. Carnes, double R8, practicing the finish line, gives it a couple of romps of the throttle there. As LeBouf lifted early, 459, 147 mile per hour for Disco. So he'll move on. And Nick Falk with the Huntsville dragster, Todd Ewing, back up on the lane side here from Durand, Illinois. He's going to dial 471. And one of our regulars here at the Motorplex, Ron LeKeys, Bellevue, Michigan, on the Mr. Gasket side, dial 530. All right, Falk, lane side, Ron LeKeys. Second place in our regular point series during a 2011 season. Ron's in, set, and ready. Here comes Falk. He's set. Great start for both drivers and the teams. Falk and LeKeys, one light on Ron LeKeys with another 530 with an 013 light. Gets it done. 127 mile per hour. Falk breaks out 470 to the 8. At 141 for the Huntsville car. Final car of the round, and Todd Braddock. Adrian, Michigan. 489 dial in Mr. Gasket lane.
make a single run. He was our competition buy for the round. And he'll move unopposed in round number 7. .019 off the mark, Baddock. Off the throttle before the stripe. 5:06 on the 89 dial end. Goes 111. Mark Talmadge and Mr. Gasket side, 6:09s apiece. We're heads up here. Underwood in the 67 coming out on the lane side. Talmadge with the Vega. These guys turn them loose. The wheels will be in the air and we'll be off and running. Another round down towards 10K. Great start for both drivers. Really better right, Mark Talmadge. Breakoff, Talmadge, one light on. Kenny Underwood, dead on two. The 609, 108 mile per hour after 023 light. Talmadge was 008. He had 15 thou back here. Gets down to the 8th mile, breaks out by a thou down there. 608 with a 912 mile per hour. The Vega is done. And Andy Schmall, Todd Baddock. First pair of dragsters for the round on the starting line. Schmall, Mr. Gasket side, 495. Todd, the quicker of the two, down 489 on the lane side. Mm-hmm. Schmall flickering to right a bunch. He stayed sound. He's off and running. Baddock with a better tree, though. 010, 019. Todd gets the win. Dead on 7. That's a 17 thousandths package to get her done here in round number 7. 489, 141. Schmall. 11 thou under the 493 run, goes 137. Kirby McLennan and Disco Dean Kearns. 456 and a 471. Disco the quicker of the two by 10th and a half. Kirby will be leaving first. Trey Fowles, 009. Kirby with a better right. Kearns with a win now. 456. He's dead on. Oh, that's a 9 thousandths package. McLennan, 13 thousandths package after a 000 light. He's won over with 3. Do all the math. That's a 004 finish line. Dean Kearns and a blower car moving on. And Mike Bloomfield. And I believe the last of our Mid Michigan regulars, Ron LeKeys, on the lane side. Bloomfield, 459 dial in, the Fairfield, Ohio runner. And Ron LeKeys. All blue dragster over here on the lane side. Just hovering around that 530 number here. Pretty much all evening. You're going to go with that again on the lane side. Bloomfield into Mr. Gasket lane. Both drivers pre-stage. Not really wanting to hold each other up, just being very, very cautious here late in the evening. Final start, Mike Bloomfield. Ron LeKeys is 025, moving on to the next round. 5:29 for Ron. 129 to speed. Bloomfield after a 1 thousandths red light. There's Chris Wallen come up behind him for the bye run. 520 dial in, lane side for one of the Ohio racers here this weekend. And he'll move unopposed here from round number 7. Red one. Red bulb comes on into Mr. Gasket lane. The true follows, and Chris is off with a 32 light and runs 5:24 and 134 mile per hour on his single. Here we go. Kenny Underwood in the 67 Camaro. For BUCJags.com. Lane Automotive side to the 609 dial in again. It's dead on the last run. Chris Wallen. 5:24. Dial in for the Ohio-based dragster into Mr. Gasket lane. They're ready. Underwood and Wallen, and Kenny is in the catbird seat. He's got a great start. Gets the win. 008. 610. One over with 812 mile per hour. 15 thousandths margin of victory there. Wallen was 1 over 4. That's a little closer on the little number. But a 27 light. Gets cut off at the knees on the starting line. Ron LeKeys and Todd Baddock. 489 dial in for Todd. Ron. 530 dial in on the Mr. Gasket side. Two Michigan-based racers here. Duking it out in the quarterfinal round. Who's going to make it into the semis? Getting closer to writing a $10,000 check to somebody. And we still got a whole pile of racing left this evening. A foul apart, 14 and 15. Blue light on Todd Baddock, 489, dead on 3, goes 138 mile per hour at the stripe. Ron LeKeys had the better light by a thou, gets down there first by 15 thousandths and breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second, 528.9, 128. He was down to 128 mile per hour, killed a little bit of speed there. Still under the dial in, Dean Carnes, rather. Kearns camp down there. They're going, what? Dean Carnes, Fairborn, Ohio, Mr. Gasket side. 2012 Diamond Race Car chassis with blown big block Chevrolet between the frame rails. 455 dial in. Quickest car left in competition. Going to get the single into the semis. 024 off the mark. And runs dead on 5, 4, 50, 5, 5, 156. A mile an hour. All right, before we get into our time trials here for our Gamblers races, Dean Carnes, who just won that round, is going to face off with Mr. Baddock. And the Baddock team's going to have lane choice in that pair. And Kenny Underwood, the only driver who has not enjoyed a bye coming into the semifinals, he's going to get to in the semis, as Kenny is going to be one of our finalists for $10,000 here this evening. So Underwood will solo, Carnes and Baddock will duke it out. And Todd will get to pick his lane. Time trials coming up for our Gamblers races. Some of these drivers with the number of rounds we've been dealing with in this rather pleasant car count that we've got this evening. Kind of been sitting on the box, hanging from the hammock. Race cars have been sitting and getting cooled off. Well, it's time to knock the cobwebs out of them here a bit. Make a time trial. Do a little bit of racing left this evening. We're going to start off with the door cars. 16 machines getting set to go, and then we'll run our dragsters and our mystery gamblers. 48 cars other than our 3 semifinalists in the main event. All yet to run here this evening. Somebody already came up and posed a question. No, there will not be any buybacks in the gamblers race. As much as we'd enjoy taking your money, there are no buybacks in the Gamblers race. Yeah, save some for tomorrow. Still a lot of racing yet to do. Don't be greedy. Spread it out. All right, door car gambler, you should be in and buckle up for your time run. Bring us some race cars. Where else would you rather be after 10 o'clock on a Thursday evening in the summertime? At the drag strip. Starting a race. Time trials. Woohoo! Only in America. They can't do stuff like this over in Bosnia. I checked. Door car gambler coming up. Time trial. Let's do it. Bring us some race cars. Door car gamblers race coming up. That's okay. We can figure out what the cars are.
All right, Ed Byer. Burn around the Mr. Gasket side of that Casper Monza, the Coal Whip car. And John Nagy. Chevrolet Camaro on the Lane Automotive side. 1980 model. First pair of cars for our door car time trial here. 16-car field. First of 3 gamblers races yet to run here this evening. No 15, no 18 lights. 580, 118 mile per hour. And John Nagy, 669, goes 102. Brandon Schmall, Division 5, Summit, ET, bracket finals champion. All the way from Minnesota. He's actually the world champion, period. Number 1. He went to Pomona, clean house last fall. The Auto Club finals. Mike Nitschke, fast track champion here. 2001 season. Chevrolet Cobalt, chassis builder, fabricator, mechanic. Be on the lane side. 18 lights on both sides. 562 for Mikey, goes 129. Schmall, 625. At 108. All right, Joe Schmall comes up to Mr. Gasket side of the 69 Sport Fury Mopar. Fast and Furious car. And Dave Ziegler, that's Ziggy. Gold 66 Chevelle over here on the lane side. One and only time trial here for our door cars. 16-car field gamblers race. .013 to 041. 694 or 94 mile per hour Schmall. Ziggy goes 731 at 94 mile per hour. Jeff Burness, Tony Eccles. Jeff, the last to stage, he's ready. Triple 0 right, Jeff Burness. Keep that on reserve for when the elimination starts. 6:35 on his run, 108 mile per hour. Eccles, 7:14 after a 32 light. And Andy Schmall, one of the 3 at Minnesota. Schmall entries, Jeff Burns. That's Chevy 2 on the lane side. Fast little door car. From what I understand, he's got a slurping machine in his trailer. It actually serves dual purpose as a margarita mixer. I got 3 more days to go check that out. Also runs that fast Burn dragster. In competition here this weekend, creeping up to find a starting line. Bob Burns off the mark of the Chevy 2. And it made half a step over to the right. He runs 560, 121 mile per hour. 648, Andy Schmall goes 110. Two more of our regulars or semi-regulars here at the Motorplex. Mark Dauberstein and the Parker Racing Demon, lane side. And Jeff Westinghauser the second. Thumbs up, Chevrolet Vega panel wagon into Mr. Gasket lane. From down in Bellevue, Michigan, will be in the Mr. Gasket lane. Dauberstein and Jeffrey.
553, 126 for Mark. Jeff's going to go 589. Hit 120 with the Vega. Joe LeCompte, John Linneberry, next pair. Linneberry. He's another past track champion. Don't tell another track in southeastern Michigan. He's in that Camaro, Mr. Gasket Lane. And Joe LeCompte from Ohio with his Camaro here on the lane side. John turns it red by a foul. LeCompte, 650, 109 mile per hour. John Linneberry, foul red, runs 586. At 122 with his Camaro. All right, Will Crawford, his 67 model Camaro over here on the lane side. And Bruce Van Stratton, that Chevy S10 truck from Todd's Extreme Custom Paint. He'll be in the Mr. Gasket lane. Rolling through time trials here, the one and only for the door cars. Then we'll have our dragster only class, 16 of those drivers. Then the mystery gamblers coming up a little bit later. Oh, 15, 018. Here on their one and only time trial before round one. 630. Will Crawford goes 109. Bruce Van Stratton, 683 with a truck at 101. Bill Swain, Troy Coughlin Jr. 486. The first four dragsters make their way down the racetrack. 486, 141 for Bill. 485, 144. On the lane side, and Steve Schneider and Sean Parker come up next. Sean Parker on the lane side. Schneider in the Mr. Gasket lane. 16 dragsters here, making up the dragster-only gamblers. All right, as Parker and Schneider get set to go. Attention to pits. I'm going to call our three semifinalists back to the staging lanes, 3 and 4. Three semifinalists for the $10,000 main event here this evening. Need your drivers back to 3 and 4 for the semis. 480, 142 mile per hour, Steve Schneider. Sean Parker goes 506. And 136 mile per hour. With multiple drivers running multiple cars here this weekend, can create a little bit of confusion as far as car numbers are concerned and who's actually going up the wheel. That's the case right now because I'm uncertain based on the car number being used as to who's actually driving the next two entries. Fairly certain one of them is Randy Shearer. Double 07, 008 off the mark. 492, 141 mile per hour, 486 at 142.
Steve Taylor. He'll be in our next pair, Mr. Gasket side. And Ron Zell's car, Scott Baddick. Apparently doing the driving here, lane side. 005 on the right side. 014 right Taylor goes 491, 139. Baddick 464 at 149 mile per hour. And Scotty Taylor on the lane side. No 28, no 41 off the mark. 494 at 139. Scott Taylor, 493 at 140 in the Mr. Gasket lane. All right, Jason Rich in the Mr. Gasket lane this time, and Josh Morgan will be on the lane side. .475, 145 mile per hour, Josh Morgan. Jason Rich goes 479. At 142. All right, Mike Bloomfield, Todd Brown be on the next pair. Bloomfield to Mr. Gasket lane, Brown on the lane side. .001, 009. 459, Bloomfield goes 149 mile per hour. Todd Brown, 487 at 140. Mark Kelly will be on the lane side. Making a single run. Oh, not good. Mark dropped the hammer as soon as the dragster left the starting line. RPM come up a bit, and he is out of the throttle, out of power almost instantly before he even got to the 60-foot mark. So apparently, Mark fired the car back up, and he is idling at a snail's pace out of the groove, straddling the wall here on the lane side. So apparently the car fires up and then quits, won't stay lit. If he can get that resolved, he got a little bit of time before round number one. If he has the luxury of another dragster or another race, well, dragster, he's in a dragster only race.
There's stipulations to everything. He can swap cars before round number 1 eliminations. However, he's not going to get a time run. Got to keep the show on the road. Don heading out there with the 4-wheel drive Polaris to retrieve him off the racetrack. Chuck Mink waiting patiently in the water box on the Lane Automotive side to make his single run. Time trial for the Dragster Gamblers race. And the Mystery Gamblers will be up next. 16 cars there. We'll be back into the semifinals of the $10,000 main event. Mid Michigan Motorplex trackside crew retrieves Mark Kelly and pull his dragster off. And again, if he has access to another race car before round number 1, he's not going to get a time trial. But if the performance of his race car is questionable, kind of left the starting line, died, and once he got it stopped, pulled out alongside the wall, he fired it back up. Started to creep forward, it wouldn't stay lit. He stopped, fired it back up again a couple of times before finally coming to a stop down there somewhere around the 8th mile. If he has access to another race car for round number 1, he's welcome to swap cars. He's just not going to get a time trial here before the Dragster Only Gamblers race starts. Another car or two left here that to time trial for the Dragster Only Gamblers, and then the Mystery Gamblers races will make their pass. Then we'll get back into the semifinals of the $10,000 main event. Kenny Underwood, Todd Baddock, Disco Dean Carnes remaining back in the staging lanes, racing for that 10K. And it appears that the trackside crew has got Mark swung around first turnoff down there at the top end of the racetrack. And Chuck Mink fires up in the water box. And burns out across the starting line. All right, Chuck will be our last car for the Dragster time runs, and our mystery time runs will be up next. Chuck's 21 off the mark. 469 at the stripe, 148 mile per hour.
16 cars, Mystery Gamblers, in the staging lanes for their time trial. First pair coming up. All right, our first pair. All right, this will be the last time that these drivers see any data once we get this 4 rounds of competition going for our Mystery Gamblers. And those of you listening at home, there will be no data coming up because the live timing has been disabled. Not right now, but during eliminations. And Rob Lutzke and Austin St. Dennis will be our first pair. That's why there's no names on the screen for now. They get no data. Don't worry. We got our own data. 512, 133 mile per hour. And a 536, 128 mile per hour. They were 26 and 43 off the mark. All right, Mark Kelly, attention to the pits. Mark Kelly. Anybody neighboring in the pit area or member of his crew, you need to go down and give Mark a tow back to his pit area. Mark Kelly needs a tow back to his pit area. Time is of the essence, as he may need to find a replacement race car before round number 1 of the dragster-only gamblers. Joe Hessling. And Mike Toon, the over on the lane side with a duster. 601, Hessling goes 117 after a 009 bomb. 658 for Toon, 106. And Mark Talmadge comes up to Mr. Gasket Lane with the Vega. And Steve Mikas. The Rally Dragster over here on the lane side. Mystery Gamblers race entrant. Talmadge and the Vega into Mr. Gasket Lane. Whoa. I tell you, these guys don't want to know what those lights were. 610, 113, 522 for Steve. He goes 132. Jeremy McKeag over to Mr. Gasket's side of the Cavalier Roadster. And Stephen McCrory. He'll be in a dragster on the lane side. Double 02 right here for Steve. 503, 137. 584 for Kenny, goes 115. Long, smoky burnout out there across the starting line. That was nothing compared to that Zeller burnout from earlier, though. All right, Mike Brumfield and Jason Lynch, they'll be our next pair. Lynch in the Cars Incorporated car. Brumfield in the Mink Motorsports dragster on the lane side. Oh, 14 late to Mr. Gasket Lane for Lynch is the better of the two. That's 484, 142. And a 495 run on the lane side at 139.
All right, Troy Williams in the overkill car. And Jimmy McKeag into Mr. Gasket Lane with one of the Danny Nelson race cars entries. I tell you, these guys, once eliminations start, they don't want to see these lights. Troy misses it with a 118. Bob runs 5'11", 135, 478 at 143 from McKeag. And there's one of the Bear Motorsports cars. Over into Mr. Gasket Lane. All right, Randy Schuler. Randy's alongside of Tom Dauber. Dauber's on the lane side. Randy's in the Bear Motorsports car. Triple zero white for Randy. And a 477 comes up 143 mile per hour. 505, 136 on the lane side after a 42 light. Chris Barr be on the lane side this time. And Brian Falk will be in the Mr. Gasket Lane. .012 to .028 off the mark. 478 for Brian Falk goes 144 mile an hour. 491 at 142 for the Bear Crew. Semifinals in the water for the 10K main event. It's Disco Dean Carnes and Todd Baddick. Gets set to square off. Carnes, the quicker of the two, is going to dial 455 with a blown car to Mr. Gasket Lane. Baddick be on the lane side of the 489 dial in. Semi-final round back into the main event here for $10,000 here this evening. Kenny Underwood coming up in the Camaro. He's our bye into the final. Carnes with a blower car's got the better start. 456 after a couple of rips of the throttle. 152 mile per hour. He was 008 green. Baddick turned it 020. Runs 488.7 under by 3,000ths of a second. And 141. Taking the 7,000ths finish line. Kenny Underwood burns out in the 67 Camaro. Come up to the starting line to Mr. Gasket Lane. We had an odd number of cars there in that mystery gamblers. Only 15 of them made time trials. The 16th driver, Kenny Underwood. You don't need no time trial. He's still in the race. 010 green. Out of the throttle. 648. 84 mile per hour. And we'll see the door car, Kenny Underwood. Mr. Gasket Lane that time.
We'll see what lane he's in the final round when he squares off against the blown dragster of Disco Dean Carnes. And Disco will have lane choice. .008 to 010. Carnes in lane choice, and I'm assuming we'll see Kenny over here on the lane side. If we run round number 1 of the mystery, prior to the final round of the main event, no gamblers run until after the final. It would have gave him an opportunity to sample that lane. Not going to happen. It's against the rules. Track management has put up his opposition and won. Totally unopposed, by the way. So our final round, Carnes and Underwood. Give them a moment to get cooled off. We'll get them back up here in the lanes and settle this $10,000 to win race. And get in to round number 1 for our fields of 16. Door cars, dragsters, mystery gamblers race yet to run here tonight. Just a quick word about tomorrow. Gates are open at 9 a.m. We'll kick off time trials at 10. We'll basically be an hour ahead of schedule. Our run order for Friday will be red, silver, and blue. Red, silver, and blue.
Today was blue, red, and silver, but tomorrow, Friday, red, silver, and blue. So we invert the order a little bit. Again, gates will open tomorrow morning at 9. Time trials will commence at 10 o'clock. Red run stickers will go first. Get our finalists back here for the 10,000 to win main event. We'll get into round number 1 of our gamblers race, starting off with the door cars first. All right, we need Mark Walters, or one of his crew from the Drag Story camp. Come up here to race control and give us the information, or pass along, or help us out here in making sure we shut the live timing off during the Mystery Gamblers race. Live timing's been fun. I know everybody at home certainly enjoyed it from all the texts and all the posts that I've read here so far this afternoon, but Mystery Gamblers race, we can't give away that data. And you know racers, they're sneaky. They'll look for any advantage that they can. So we got to turn that off. Disable it, disarm it, no data allowed. Mike's got the duct tape over here. Yeah, we're just going to unplug the microphone, not tell me? Nothing, nada. Scoreboard's getting turned off, as long as it comes back on. Mystery Gamblers race, there'll be no data. But again, we need Mr. Walters or somebody from dragstory.com. To help us disable the live feed here during the Mystery Gamblers race. All right, attention to the puts. It's 11 o'clock here on a Thursday,
Summertime at the drag strip. And let's put the call out for everybody back to the staging lanes. Our finalists for the 10K main event, Disco Dean, Kenny Underwood. Bring them back up, slide them into lanes 1 and 2. We're going to run you first. Door car gamblers. Bring those race cars up here. Put them in lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Random pairings, by the way. There is no ladder. If you're a gambler, you shouldn't be afraid who you're going to race. Bring them up to 3 and 4. Dragster gamblers race 5 and 6. And the mystery gamblers, bring them up to lanes 7 and 8. All competitors, need you all in the staging lanes. 11 o'clock, and I'm calling round number 1 for a race to the lanes. This must be the 50K, man. Good times. All right, everybody's getting filed into the lanes. Disco Dean Cards, we need you back to the staging lanes for the final round. All right, 10K final round coming up with Kenny Underwood. Dean Carnes up in the staging lanes. Talking it over. That's part of the showbiz of bracket racing. Pinks only with dial-ins. Getting set to go. Door cars are on the staging lanes. They should be getting in and buckled up. We're going to start them off immediately after the final round of the 10K. Final round, $10,000 Thursday main event. Dean Carnes, Kenny Underwood. Door car to rail. Carnes burns out into Mr. Gasket lane to the dragster. And Kenny's Camaro. Lane Automotive side, Tampa, Florida, 609 dial-in. Carnes with the Ohio racers here this weekend in the Mr. Gasket lane with a 455 dial-in. .450 blown car. Gonna be chasing down Kenny's Camaro. Wow. Great start, both drivers. Carnes, 006. Gets the win. Underwood with problems, couldn't run a number. As I was watching the monitor, Carnes reeled him in before the 8th mile. 462 on the 55 dial-in. 133. Dean Carnes will be your winner here opening night. The $10,000 win race. We're going to make a quick check of the racetrack. Some possible problems there for Kenny Underwood. Not sure if anything came out of the Camaro. Before we start round number 1 of our Door Cars Gamblers race, we're going to make a quick check of the track over here on the lane side. Kenny was 19 green off the mark. Carnes was 006. And the Camaro falls off pace to a 652 run at only 87 miles per hour.